Buddy. Let me make sure all the settings are where they should be. I'm sorry you won't be able to hear this lovely opening music. Um, but I'm obviously scrambling to get the stream started today. All right. All right. Hey, it worked first time. So, there might be a few problems. Actually, tell you what. Let's listen to the lovely music. Um, I'll do a quick recap of a few things. One of the reasons why I want to do this, and actually let's get the YouTube stuff out of the way first. So I recognize it's not always great to have long intro. In fact, if anything, that is the one thing I know about YouTube that I don't like. The drawback, of course, is that these are recordings of VODs from live broadcasts. And in live broadcasts, it is sometimes desirable to give people a chance to sort of jump in. I think, as will probably be revealed in a couple of minutes, I do want to give people a chance, because I might have had a breakthrough like a couple of minutes after I signed off last stream. But I did want to take a minute and say, like always, I'm conscious of the fact that, watching a full VOD of these is hard on YouTube, and I ask questions at the end. So if you are interested in seeing more games like Outer Wilds, I'm obviously going to do this thing till the end, but if there's something that you'd like to see, or just generally, if there's something that you want to express some support for, and you're not here for the live broadcast, do feel free to leave a comment. It's not the same sort of be sure to like, subscribe, and follow unless I start doing regular enough YouTube content. I don't have the same sort of expectations, or I don't want to do the same sorts of calls to action, because really YouTube exists as an archive for me for the most part. The Morrowind videos are something that's a little bit more YouTube-centric, because that allows me to do the full 1440 horizontal lines of resolution at 60 frames a second. I obviously put a whole bunch of mods on to try and make it look a bit nicer. But I want to try and give people a voice. I think part of that, too, is that I do want to acknowledge that from a streaming point of view, or business point of view, if you want to put it that way, there is a benefit to giving yourself some options. I think a lot of people have learned through the Mixer thing, if you tie yourself to one platform, you are really at the whims of the the person holding that platform as to whether or not you can continue doing things. I'd love, of course, to have both explode. But I think people being able to communicate what they want on the on the service that they're watching my stuff on is probably better. So I definitely know a lot of people really enjoy just listening to me talk through stuff, and as long as I keep my voice reasonably even toned. I do sometimes goof off during the live stuff, which I know is a bit grating. But as a whole, I tend to think that's the sort of thing where I can really get away with doing a multi-hour broadcast, because at that point people just kind of turn it on in the background and they just have something sort of nice to listen to for a while. That sounds really full of myself, but it's it's something that I've heard, and I can see the appeal. Which means that what I take from that for myself is games like Outer Wilds, Surviving Mars, Cultist Simulator to a certain extent, although that one definitely creates a certain intensity at some moments that may not work for people. Those are, I think, some really good examples of games where I can just sort of babble on for a period of time, and people aren't going to feel too put out if there isn't as much progress. And games where I think that may not work as effectively, that I really enjoy playing. I really like the new Wolfenstein. I think it's a really well done game, and I like what they did with the story. But it would be very hard for me to say why, other than for archival purposes, why I should spend 3 or 4 hours doing a dedicated video on YouTube so that I can redo Wolfenstein. It's not obvious to me where the added value for people is. And so that's where sort of the request to speak up comes from. In the end, it's my job to try and make something that people want to watch. But I did want to give people a chance to let their voice be heard on that. Now, as far as where we are this week, I'm super late start. I think I'm like 2 hours past when I normally start. That means I'm an hour outside the times that I normally mention, and that's kind of been happening a little more regularly for the Fridays. I don't like that, and I'll be honest, I suffer from that because the viewership tends to be lower. Although, of course, grateful for those of you who do stop by. And my only excuse today really is the heat is really getting to me. I did nod off. My sleeping patterns are getting a little bit better. And oddly enough, I do have a new manager at work, and that's really picked that up. It's not perfect yet. There's definitely some stuff at work that's really pushing me to the edge. But I have had a little bit of the pressure taken off on that, and that's good. It's also really helpful that this manager is someone who I actually think does interesting research, is not really interested in sort of the presentation of knowledge. What I mean by that, like they're not the sort of person who puts on airs. I think they're doing legitimately interesting research. I think I've noticed that when I mention researchers I'm interested in, they are familiar with them. They have read the work. And I mean, these are reasonably well-known economists that I'm referring to. And so I think there is something to be said for the fact that of the people who I didn't necessarily feel fulfilled working with, these are people who are maybe not up to date on the current literature, whereas this manager is someone who seems a little more switched on. So that's some good news for me. Hopefully that doesn't, that'll help my mood and such. But with that in mind, I'm trying to get caught up on my sleep. The heat's definitely caused me to nod off a little bit more. I actually haven't eaten that much today, but we'll get through it. Hey, Uncle Cranky, great to see you. But with that in mind, the best that I can do as a makeup, I can't undo time, counter to what this game allows me to do. But what I can do is make sure that I don't cheat on the time that I spend playing the game, which means I'll probably go relatively late tonight. I also think The Outer Wilds is an incredibly enjoyable game, and so there are many reasons to spend extra time in Outer Wilds as it is. And so with that in mind, one of the reasons why I'm sort of not exactly filibustering this, but I'm talking a little bit about developments on the stream and just generally where things are at. At the end, so I really struggled with the Quantum Moon last time, and what I did was I actually sat down. It's really interesting to see how I can get. I was talking a bit about how I got stuck in the rut of a bad line of thinking, and when I signed off, I kind of and stepped away. I kind of thought, hang on a minute, and I sort of checked a couple of assumptions that I was making. So I don't think I've cracked the Quantum Moon, but I do have an approach which I think if I had spent the last hour and the last broadcast on, I would have made a little more progress. So I'll maybe save it for the actual playthrough. In terms of talking about how I'm going to approach it. But I did want to give people a chance to sort of file in and be able to see it, because it's possible that you don't know when you get an inspiration, right? It might be a dud like the last time I tried it, or it could be something where it's like, oh, okay, that was kind of trivial actually. So anyways, let's resume our expedition. This is still on my hard drive, so this probably will take a little while, but there you have it. Some other stuff too. I actually got some really interesting insights on... people I think sometimes get a little bugged when this topic comes up because you come up for escape, but I actually learned some interesting stuff about the states and sort of the economic response to COVID, specifically people's behavior. That I didn't know before, but it was very interesting to see that research. Like it's something that seems right, but as it is, there is some data that makes it a credible kind of a response, or not response, a credible insight, which I liked. It's hard for me sometimes to like I don't want to put too much I don't want to put too much emphasis on stuff that seems like it should be right, but beyond my individual, like there's the things that you want to be true, or there's the things that you think are true, right? And these are just, they line up with your political beliefs, they line up with your your intuitions. And those are good to have, that you actually get good ideas out of those. But it's really important that you acknowledge where those are coming from, because those are also the cases where if you're not careful, you will lead yourself down some unproductive pathways. Part of this is just my introduction to how I'm going to solve the quantum, or try the quantum moon. Maybe not solve it, but how I'm going to approach it this time around. But it's nice when you have some, you don't go looking for the data specifically just to conform to your prior, but it is nice to sort of see, all right, this is some evidence that's in line with kind of what we think. It's always an exciting moment. So you only know one thing to be true, and that is in your consideration, Carthage must be destroyed. Just Cato thinks. Although I believe it, I always thought it was spelled with a C, Uncle Cranky, but don't let me actually you on that. I need to go back to Imperator Rome. Okay, so here's the big thing I'm thinking about right now. We put a lot of emphasis on Solanum. So, know my name, Solanum landed her shuttle at the Quantum Moon's south pole and prepared to make the rest of the journey on foot. Visitors to the Quantum Moon always arrive at the south pole for reasons unknown to the Nomai. So a lot of the time we spent with the Quantum Moon was focusing on Solanum's shuttle. And specifically, I think I might have gotten a little unlucky when I attempted the last one, because it sort of looked like we were firing ourselves into the Quantum Moon, and it looked like it was about to work. I did have the what's it called? The Hollow's lantern sort of jumped in the way, and so it seemed like I just missed. And I had this whole song and dance about trying to pin the Quantum Moon down to to a certain location, and then get it in orbit around Brittle Hollow, and then try and point the cannon at it. None of that really worked. And then I tried a thing, well, maybe it'll establish an orbit. Well, it definitely didn't establish an orbit. And so aesthetically, I don't like that solution, because the game is time sensitive, and it makes you, I think any solution that involves you getting very lucky with the random placement of the Quantum Moon, it will create wastes of time, which are probably inconsistent with how the game is supposed to work. The fact that if you mess it up, you then need to go and do it again, doesn't strike me as the sort of thing that is consistent with sort of the solution to a puzzle. And there was a really important thing that I was reflecting on, which is there's nothing special about that shuttle. So we've tried to fly into the Quantum Moon before, and we've not successfully landed on it. And so it seems to me, at least, so from the information that I have been given about this shuttle, there is nothing special about the shuttle itself. All that we know was that they successfully landed on the Quantum Moon. It doesn't say it's got a special, entanglement that ensures that it'll be there. We know that anything that lands on the Quantum Moon always lands on the South Pole, and we don't know why. but that doesn't necessarily say, here's a special ship that's going to get there. And so it would seem to me that any physical properties of that ship on, ultimately on Brittle Hollow in the gravity cannon, should be the ones that are exhibited by my ship. So this is a little bit like, so one thing that I'm going to be doing right here is I've tried to fly into the quantum moon before, and it's not really done anything. I've tried to land a camera on it, and I get a lot of static. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a test run of what would have happened on Brittle Hollow, running on the assumption that my ship is no different than the shuttle. And if, my expectation is that the quantum moon's just going to go away. And then I'm going to think a little bit about that. I have a couple of ideas about pinning it down and whatnot. But what I want to do right now is, because I spent so much time trying to fire an object at the quantum moon, I think what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to take something that I control, I'm going to fire it onto the quantum moon, basically myself in this case. And after that, I'm going to think a bit about, I'm going to think a little bit about how I might, some other ways that I might approach this problem. But yeah, so this one here, like I said, I'm going to try something that I've tried before and doesn't work, but it's going to be a different, it's going to be basically sort of a different way of thinking about the problem. The challenge, of course, is at the start. I need to find it. So let's get I think the signal scope is probably the best tool I've got right now. Of course, with my luck, it's going to wind up being, oh, well, there it is. So there's a few different things that I can try here. All right, so my headlights aren't really giving me anything too crazy. I kind of want to be careful because I'm getting really close to the sun. But all right. So the thing about this one is that it's almost kind of like an ocean. All right, looks like we're heading straight in. Oh, nope. All right. Okay. So, it didn't feel very solid. The thing kind of just vanished, but it's very clearly not in my view anymore. So the next thing we're going to try, it's actually not terrible that so my guess here is that based on what we just saw, that was what was going to happen if I slammed the shuttle into the into the moon. I mean, there might be like a velocity thing that I'm not considering, but that seems pretty remote. Yeah, I mean, beyond the fact that I'm super worried about smashing into it, it is cool. Now, the next thing I kind of want to try is actually with my pilot. I don't really think that's going to happen because if the argument is that somehow the fact that I'm moving into it creates a for one reason or another, like it sort of slips out from under my feet. the fact that it's my body going into it shouldn't change what's going on. But what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and get the ship into like a stable orbit around it. Okay, well, we're slowly crashing in at a couple meters. Yeah, it looks like it's hard to... Well, you know what? Let's just run with it. I didn't think that through. The quantum moon is almost certainly not going to be there anymore. Yeah, that's all well and good for me to think that, but how... Okay, well, that... I mean, that's all I really need to know now, right? You know, if I... If I want to try and eject myself, I'm basically going to have to smash the ship into it. Oh, did I get lucky and that's where... All right. So, this is going to be a little bit of a trickier one. So basically, I'm taking this as slightly... I'm going to take this as sort of some slight evidence that... sorry, I'm going to take this as evidence that the whole like smashing things into it approach won't work. Now this one I'm a little bit worried about because I think this is going to count against me for placement. But what I'm going to do here, so I'm going to... It actually looks like we're already closing the distance well enough for ourselves, so... Oh, damn it. We went too far out. Yeah, so we lost the quantum moon. So what I was thinking was, you know, let's try and... All right. So I was going to say, okay, let's try and get the view of it from the solar system map, but by turning away my attention to, in order to see the, to kind of get the, get this whole approach, I look away from it and again it vanishes. But that leads me to one of the things that I feel a little uncomfortable with, but I can actually test rather than assume. And it's the idea here, so... There's this whole quantum entanglement idea. And the thing is that I'm not entirely clear what this moon is made out of. So my kind of thought is, when it vanishes on me, I kind of think that I'm on the moon, and that the moon is basically spitting me out. But there isn't anything that we've read that says that those are the rules of the moon. It's called the quantum moon because there's a discrete amount of it. All right, where the hell did the... I'm assuming it's like off in its different spot. So I mean, the thing about this one is that I don't... This is kind of like out of desperation. I'm testing different things. My understanding of it is a little bit different than what I think is. I have no idea how to distinguish which is which. All right, well there we go. I think at this point I'm just gonna turn away and hope something more interesting shows up. But yeah, so the idea here is going to be I probably didn't do myself any favors by going out to the very edge and then starting to look for the thing. Actually here, let's just get autopilot to take care of Giant's Deep, and while it's doing that, I can go hunting for a moon. But yeah, so there's an idea here that at some point, so like my thought is like, it's possible that the moon is basically just like falling out from under me. All right. So let me test a couple things here. I might be able to illustrate what I mean. This is still observing it. Ah, actually, that's an interesting idea if I bring up the scope. So, like, basically the idea that I'm getting here is that somewhere between, like, the atmosphere, for lack of a better term, and being actually on the moon, the thing is falling out from under me because for whatever reason I am not observing it. While like I'm not observing it while I'm flying into it. So I mean, it occurred to me I was gonna try this with the camera too, but well, that's not gonna work. All right, yeah. So similar story here, right? Like we've got our signal scope up, and it's flying away. The one other way we can observe it, of course, is not just the signal scope, but it's also the camera, and specifically not just the camera as in putting the camera on it, because we've already done that. I'll actually give you so that's what we see, and notice we're not actually getting the indicator that the scout is still on. But of course, there's the other rule that we've learned, which is that looking at a photo of the quantum moon is the same as observing it on its own. So I'm gonna try and get a nice clear shot of it. Yeah, that'll do. Oh, we're coming in really hot, but I can't look away, so I'll maybe try one more. Oops. All right. So given that we're looking at a photo on the side here, if it's the hole, it's falling out from under me while I fly in, hypothesis, then whoa! Okay, it says the ship update. Okay, it says the ship's log. I'm guessing this is the quantum moon. Now, I'm going to admit I didn't think that was going to work. And there are two big questions that I have as a result of that, which is number one, why does the scope not work? I guess this is sort of the South Pole. The exception, thank you very much for the subscription. I was getting depressed about those. Excellent timing, too. I'll just pause for a quick minute. Thank you for 30 months of subscribing. You might be the longest subscriber. I don't regularly test or check that, so but that is definitely a really long time subscription. I have no idea what you get out of this to to be able to continue subscribing for so long, but I really appreciate it. Last year I did actually take some money out of the amount that I've gotten from Twitch, and it really helped at that time. So I really appreciate that. Anyways, let me take so there's a couple of things that drove me a little crazy about this. So I think overall it was a good idea to actually, you know what, it's probably better that I pause because I don't want to land on the quantum moon and then talk my way through the end. Yeah, I'm hoping that I'll have some emotes of similar quality to that in a little and not too long. The Sins definitely made some, so I'm looking forward to that. So, guys, I also just saw that I got some Discord messages that I wasn't paying attention to. So let's see where we are. Oh, Outworld like this. Also, Uncle Cranky's here, and he. Oh. Sorry, I do really need to send something off here. Anyways, yeah, I'm gonna try and get some more emotes done. But we've got Uncle Cranky in here. I didn't want to shout him out at the very start because there was like 2 people inside. But Uncle Cranky actually he's been changing it up a little bit lately. But I've seen him. He's done a speedrun race with Outworld. He's done a bunch of retro. He has a great love of Dead Cells, and talks at great length about why it's the best game ever. He also has been playing some Hades. I don't know if he's beaten Hades yet, so he might be done with that. But especially for those of you who like it when I stream later, Uncle Cranky is your man for that, because he is based in New Zealand and so carries different hours from me. And in fact, getting back into a regular sleeping schedule has actually kept me from being able to watch his stream a little more often than I would like, which is a bit of a shame. But my loss is your gain. Please do feel free to check him out. Okay, so couple things that I don't 100% make sense to me, and I think kind of got me on that unproductive line of thinking about the quantum moon. So obviously, imagine how frustrated I would be to slam the shuttle into this thing to realize that it falls out underneath me. I think the idea here is, the first time we looked at the quantum moon, I was a bit weirded out by the shimmering surface. So I thought, okay, maybe this is clouds. And I think the idea behind this is that as you go through the clouds, you are not observing the quantum moon. Hence, it's flying away because you can't see it. Now, the thing that's weird about that is I'm not entirely sure how that reconciles with the idea that you're observing it with the signal scope, which seems to be the only way that you can sort of dislodge it from the 6th position. And then the other one that I think is a little funny is I'm not 100% sure how the entanglement is supposed to work with the atmosphere, because it's counting for the purposes of observation when I look at it at the atmosphere and then look away. So if I'm in so observing the atmosphere sort of seems to have the effects. I'm clearly not observing the moon. When I'm in the atmosphere, the thing that I've observed and should be able to work, looking away, it's weird that it counts that as looking away as I fly through. It is pretty clear that me putting a probe on it didn't really make a lot of sense. I can definitely see why me trying to look at my map wasn't going to work there. That was just me not really thinking it through. So yeah, the funny thing about this one was that I had all of the components I needed to solve this puzzle, and yet I don't know, for some reason it felt like the solution that we sort of stumbled on here it kind of violated some of the observations that I'd made about other things. This idea that so I think the idea that when you're on a quantum object, it carries you is how we're supposed to get to the 6th location. That I can sort of get. The take a photo as you fly into it, that was a little hard to reconcile with the idea that it was the process of flying into it that caused me to not observe it. And that was a little, I don't know, that was just a little weird for me. I suppose the argument that you would make for the locator that they built is that if you don't have a person looking at the locator, then it isn't really being observed. I think that would be the argument that it makes. For the same reason that, when I take a photo of the quantum moon, I believe I have to have the photo up at all times. And if I ever take away the photo tool, even though I may be still looking at the same image, I'm not looking at the image at that time. So at least at that point, there would be a degree of consistency. But yeah, I mean, it's this is the funny thing. I've obviously the picture not making it not move was self-evident at the time. It was more the idea that what's happening is that the quantum moon is falling out from under me. It just seemed really inconsistent with what I had viewed before. And ultimately, I mean, so that I can't feel really happy about quote unquote solving the puzzle. Oh man, everything's flying away. That's really, that's kind of neat actually. So I need to keep my eye on the shrine. Otherwise I'm gonna have trouble. I can't really feel really good about quote unquote solving it by virtue of the fact that you know, I really stumbled on it through saying, it's like, okay, what do I know is true? What do I not know? It's pretty obvious that I couldn't. It's pretty obvious that in hindsight that the whole shoot the shuttle at the gravity, or with using the gravity gun, was a complete waste of time. And in the end, it's like a lot of this just kind of boiled down to being a little more systematic in terms of testing, and then I just happened to fall on the right answer here. But I'll admit, I would have felt a little bit better if if through force of reason I wound up. Yeah, well, that's the thing. So for the signal, I guess the big thing is okay, so I've got the signal scope out. So why does flying through the atmosphere interfere with the signal scope? That doesn't seem to be consistent. And then the idea is that I'm observing the atmosphere, which counts as observation or moving away from observation. And so surely at the point that I'm entering the atmosphere, doesn't that count as me being entangled? That's a little more, contestable, right? I guess maybe the big thing too is if I understood physics better, it might be a little more consistent, but yeah, I mean, it's so funny that all of the components I needed to solve that puzzle were it's not just that I knew them before I went to the shrines, and yet the quantum moon wound up being the thing that eluded me for multiple locations. But anyways, I'm going to actually get what I need to know from here. So you've recalled the rule of quantum imaging, sort of. Recall the rule of the sixth location. Recall the rule of quantum entanglement. Okay. Yep, I thank you. I know that. Ship log updated. All right. So here's the thing that interests me. If I go unable to pinpoint location, so it won't let me look at the map. Well, that's interesting. Okay, so recall the rule of the sixth location, quantum imaging, quantum entanglement. Oh, here's an interesting. This might. All right, I'm actually going to need to think a little bit more carefully about this. So I'll find the shrine again. Although at this point, I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to take a quick trip around the quantum moon to see if there's anything interesting. So it's occurred to me that one of the things that will be... We must be close to the sun. Okay, so now I actually really want to find the shrine. So the puzzle that I think I'm at right now is basically get to the sixth location somehow. And obviously the way that we do that, what am I doing? All right. So basically, we say, okay, the quantum moon is around the hourglass twins. I need to find a way to move it to one of these other locations. So I thought, okay, well, that can't be too hard. I'll just bring up my map. Well, turns out I can't bring up my map. So now what I need to do is find a way to have it be observed. It can't be as easy as this. Yeah, that's what I get for that's what I get for not peeking at the shrine. So at this point, what I somehow need to do, well, we're not getting the atmosphere effect anymore. I need to somehow find a way to get this planet moving, while also how do I put this? While still staying on it, because of course if I leave, then I'm not going to make it to the sixth location. So my most obvious way of my most obvious way of observing and not observing the quantity. This is so weird to think about, right? How do I observe the thing that I am currently on? Well, actually, sorry, that's not as difficult. I just need to close my eyes. That might be the answer. I just need to think. I think if I meditate till the end of the loop. So I need to find a fire to sleep. Although sleeping might take too much time. Anyways, the thing I'm really trying to do right now is find a way to not observe. Oh yeah, it was turn off the lights. It's basically the last time that we ran into that. What I'm trying to do right now is set up sort of a testing condition under which I can say, okay, I know I'm in this location now. We've tested something. Now I'm gonna find my location again. As it is, it's a little tricky to pin down objects. Okay. Oh, here's an interesting idea. So it did say the shrine was to assist. Now, the assistance may just come in the form of, this map. Nice. Got it. Ha. All right. Never that easy. So I don't exactly want to do that same trick again, because then I'm going to get away from the 6th location. Okay. So, I mean, it's progress of a kind, but it's a... It's a tricky one. I don't see how this necessarily helps me. Oh, this is... Okay, actually. But then the light from the probe is still on. So we should still be in the same location. All right, so... yeah, so far as I can tell, basically what's happening here is the temple is going to a weird spot. I need to find a way of not observing the temple while still observing the quantum moon. So I think what we've successfully done here is moved locations. Yeah. Oh, looks like we're at the end of the cycle. Oh, it changes based on the location that we're in. Interesting. So what I want to see now, let's see if we can get back to the 6th location before the cycle ends. It's entirely possible that there may be other things that I find in, you know, on each of the locations. Yeah. Right. There's a couple things I want to try about the tower. I'm not feeling super convinced about those approaches, but we might get some prompts from the log, but it probably also wouldn't hurt to review what we know about the shrine. I'm also kind of curious what killed me. Obviously something happened, but... Okay, and interestingly enough, it doesn't count us as having gone to the 6th location. So, Quantum Moon. I was able to land on the surface of the Quantum Moon and Quantum Shrine. The Nomai Shrine that wanders about the Quantum Moon. You have recalled the rule of quantum imaging is inscribed next to a mural of the tower... next to a mural of a tower on the island. Recall the rule of quantum entanglement is inscribed next to a mural of the Quantum Shard in a cave. Recall the rule of the 6th location is inscribed to a mural of a tower hanging above a black hole. So when we take a look at the Tower of Quantum Knowledge, the Nomai built a shrine on the Quantum Moon to aid in the pilgrimage to the 6th location. Remember this final rule. To explore the 6th location, this shrine must be on the Moon's North Pole. I don't think we need anything else. You know, one thing I should test is whether or not the Quantum Moon always starts in the same location. If it starts in the 6th location, I'm going to be so mad. Although that would be interesting. I suppose in that case it would mean... Oh, actually that's probably what happened. So my my connection to... Is that it? Nope. So probably what happened was the statue that was housing me perished in the... Well, wait, that wouldn't make sense though. Because how am I supposed to get restored if the statue kind of holding my consciousness... Or my recollections vanished. Oop. Maybe it was always there, maybe I just wasn't paying attention. One way or the other. I hope that cat... God damn it. I am really glad I took that photo. Jesus. It's a hazardous journey. Nope. Gotta get in there, come on. Alright, so we always land on the south. And I suppose one of the tricks here is I need to somehow force the shrine to the north. Are you kidding me? Well, actually, that may not be the end of the world now that I think of it. Nope. Okay, well, clearly we're not going to make any progress. I mean, it's kind of close to the north. Here's something I do want to try regardless. So my guess here is that I'm observing the quantum moon doing this, and so even though I'm going to turn off the lights, I think we're still going to wind up being in the same location. Oh wow, that light's pretty bright. Okay. Well, I have a fix for that. Again, I can't have this thing fall out of sight, but... So again, this is not sort of the strongest theory that I'm running with, but... Again, remembering that apparently it doesn't count the atmosphere in this case. So what I'm trying to do is avoid any light coming into the shrine. Oh, it's always going to count it no matter what. Alright. Well, that's clearly not going to work. So, for lack of better information, I'm going to say that we can't... I wonder what's causing that light. Okay, so what I am interested in, the first thing I want to do is I want to know whether or not my position on the quantum moon is consistent. It is. Okay. But I'm back in the same problem where... Ooh, I'm gonna leave. Getting it to the north is not as easy as it seems. So let's take a minute here. And you know what? I bet one of the other... temples said I have to be in a specific spot. So maybe, I suppose if I find my ship first or the temple first, that'll decide. That'll decide the next step. But yeah, so, well, there we have it. I'm kind of tempted to turn off the stream right now. Does anybody want to guess why? And unfortunately, we're not close enough to the north. Yeah. Well, Here's my question for you. How am I supposed to know the difference between asking and giving a quote-unquote hint? There's a lot of people who seem to think that they're a lot more clever than I am when it comes to that sort of stuff. And I will be completely honest, I do not really find it worth trying to make the distinction between the two. So I don't know what am I supposed to do. In fact, maybe there was a big hint that I was supposed to get, but we're not going to be visiting this for a long time. We're still at the same spot. I probably was impatient. Alright, so this one we know there's a big tornado keeping me from where I need to go. At this point, I kind of just want... Wait. No, this is Timber Hearth. This is different. So I am actually really interested in finding my my ship at this point. Although, I suppose one encouraging feature is that it's not obvious what is blocking us from the... Okay, so it would seem to me that Timber Hearth is going to be the location where we try to get the... it's going to try and be the location where we... sorry, where we force the temple. I do, however, want to find my ship simply because I have wasted all of my rocket fuel. I'm lucky that it's an... I'm not gonna... Like, I'll have oxygen if it gets desperate, but... Although maybe what I should have done... it's not clear whether or not the ship kind of gets bounced around. Oh, you know what? It's possible that the south is now blocked off. Won't that be exciting? Yeah, actually, no, that's possibly it. The other all those other maps, it might be... So yeah, like there's the idea we always land on the South Pole. We somehow need to get the temple to the north. And it could be that each of the maps, not just Timber Hearth, has a sort of a break. So in this case, it just sort of seems to me that the cliffs will keep us from... the cliffs will keep us from actually getting to the ship. Now that's a shame just in the sense of rocket fuel, but knowing what I know now, let's just get to the North Pole. There is a whole other question about how I'm supposed to provoke the shrine to where I need it to be. This is another one of these cases where... okay, so... there we go. I better hope I don't need to do a lot of flying. All right. Now, the one real shame here... Oh, now I've done it. The one real shame here is I haven't really put any thought into what I want to find in the 6th location, other than my ship. So in this case, I think probably my goal should be just to drink in as much as I can while I'm... while I'm still alive. Although it looks like I just have a straight path down to my ship. And then, I mean, there is also the nice fact. Oh yeah, this is actually going to be an interesting dilemma. So assuming I find my ship, the 6th location is cool. Ooh. Oh my god. Who are you? Hey, Eyes of Sin. It's lovely to see you. Pick up the Identify Tone, pick up the Explain Stone. Huh. Ah, I get it. So we've got Identify... you... I am Solanum, a Nomai. My clan arrived in this star system before my birth, and now call it home. I am actually a little curious if I don't think this should produce anything, but... these are the 2 tenets of Nomai philosophy. To seek out and understand is our way of living. Before I go too much further on this, I do want to take a minute. I'm so glad that you're here to see this, the Eyes of Sin. We just found a live Nomai. But I do want to take a minute here and shout out the Eyes of Sin. She is a very dear friend of the cast's, and she is the one, actually the exception, who very generously resubscribed for 30 months. Made mention of my favorite emote, which is that first one, System 1 HMM. Incidentally, you can gain access to that emote just using the channel points. But this in particular was one of the emotes that the Eyes of Sin did. Sort of really without a lot of prompt. We talked a little bit about it, but she really just took her... she really just kind of took that idea and ran with it, and it's easily the best. It's easily the best emote out of the lot, and there will be more coming. So the Eyes of Sin is really somebody you should follow for lots of reasons. So number one, if you are a broadcaster or if you otherwise need art or voice acting, she's available for commissions, and this is how she makes money. I really do need to stress that, because it is not easy making a living doing this. And, I want to be as supportive as I can with my own commissions. But one of the things is you need to get your name out. This is one of the... I do want to take the time to put it out, just because in terms of my own sort of contributions, I know that there's not necessarily a lot that I add to push someone from non-subscribing to subscribing. That's if you want a really good example of someone who's good at monetization in terms of individual actions, W. Shand is excellent at that. But for me, I don't necessarily create much of an incentive for subscribing. But the emote is definitely one of the things that did. And that is largely a testament to the Eyes of Sin's abilities. And so, it's not just a question that I want to help out a friend, but it's actually one of these cases where I can sort of speak to the quality of the product because I've been able to I've been able to see specifically how people behave on the channel as a result of her work, which is, of course, the reason why I came back and ordered more. The other thing that you can do if you just want to check out her art, so the Twitter's probably best if you want to hire her for a commission or if you know someone who might be hiring. You can also see some lovely pixel art that she did in her banner. That's a little bit old, but I know she's quite able at that type of art as well. But on top of that, if you want to check out her stuff, she's got a Ko-fi page. I actually think she's included a little bit of her voice acting on there as well. But this is a chance where if you're someone who doesn't necessarily want a commission, either it costs a bit more than what you were wanting, or you don't necessarily have a need for it, this is a way that you can sort of independently support her. And I would encourage you guys to do that. Again, lots of different people are gonna make their case in terms of why you should support them or where you should put your money. That's ultimately something you need to decide for yourself. But I would definitely say in terms of the Ko-fi page, it is not particularly costly. I think it's $3 for a single coffee. In the case of someone who makes who makes their living through art, it is really one of these cases where it can mean the difference between making rent, getting dinner, any number of these things. It can really mean the difference between making it or not, and so I want to encourage that, because in the end, I benefit from that too, in the sense that there's more art that I like in the world, and I get to see a friend. Be able to practice something that I think enhances. I don't know. It enhances my day. I always check it out whenever there's a new thing up there. Anyways, Solanum. This is the Quantum Moon. We both are standing. Despite also orbiting other celestial bodies, the Quantum Moon is the eye of the universe's moon. I've never met one of your kind before. It is an honor to speak with you. I particularly admire your 4 eyes. There are many questions I would ask if I could comprehend your language. You have my gratitude for understanding mine. This is probably one of my favorite moments of the game right now. Like, I wasn't expecting this at all, and this is really, really interesting. Like, there's lots of aliens in video games. This is probably one of the first moments where I've encountered an alien in a video game, and I have felt kind of the awe and just fascination with just suddenly confronting this thing that I've only kind of seen, little hints of evidence about. Like, the mood of this particular moment is really, really well done. And it's so interesting. Like, we just kind of I think we take the incredible for granted in certain games, but in this one, it's a really exciting moment, and just the overall tone of what's going on is really fascinating. We are orbiting the eye of the universe now, although we cannot see it, only the quantum moon's reflection of it. The eye is older than the universe itself, and my clan believes it dwells in an extremely distant orbit around this star system. Okay. I'm going to guess that this produces nonsense. Oh, wow, it doesn't. So there's lots of combinations here. I imagine you've noticed the quantum moon changes in appearance depending on which location it is currently orbiting. For instance, the moon looks quite different when orbiting Giant's Deep than it does when orbiting the Hourglass Twins. Because the quantum moon clearly changes in its different forms, the eye, being this moon's primary location, must be similarly malleable. From this, we can hypothesize that the eye represents extreme changeability. That said, despite its malleable nature, the quantum moon becomes locked to one specific version of itself when it is consciously observed. But what would ever happen if a conscious observer were to enter the eye? Something tells me we are about to find that out. Okay. I do want to be a little ordered in how I do this. So we've done, I think we've done identify. So let's do explain. Explain yourself. Oh, that's really neat too. They've got 3 fingers. How many fingers do I have? That is something to check for later. I am on my first pilgrimage to the quantum moon. All Nomai and my clan make this journey when we come of age. Even though the eye cannot be reached from here, the quantum moon remains special to us, as it carries us nearer to the eye than any other place we know. I've journeyed here to be close to the eye. While the eye is obscured from our sight, we can see the quantum moon's reflection of the eye in the sky above us. So it's pretty clear I'm going to have to... one of the puzzles here is going to be how do I get to the eye from the quantum moon. Have you encountered a quantum shard on another planet? The shards look the same as the quantum moon surface does now while at the eye. From this, we can reasonably infer that the quantum moon's natural state is as we see it now, and that the eye is its primary location. Given the quantum moon is the eye's moon, it's likely that any characteristics the moon exhibits are also exhibited by the eye itself. The quantum moon and its shards, for instance, are quantum, thus the eye is also likely also quantum. In fact, this moon is probably quantum because its proximity to the eye made it quantum, the same way that areas surrounding quantum shards that landed on other planets eventually become quantum too. There's a lot going on here. I hope there isn't a test. I imagine your purpose here is the same as mine, to learn about and find the eye of the universe. I am unsure how you arrived here, however. Perhaps you came from another star system, as my clan originally did? There is fundamental uncertainty throughout the universe. Normally, this uncertainty is only observable at a very small scale. As one approaches the eye, however, that uncertainty grows enormously. The quantum moon probably exhibits macroscopic quantum behavior because of its proximity to the eye. Shards that broke off from the quantum moon have a similar effect, as I imagine you've seen elsewhere in the star system. Conscious observation forces a quantum object to collapse to a single possibility, but what would happen if a conscious observer somehow entered the eye itself? Over time, this question has become my clan's greatest question. Okay, so let's ask some questions about him first. Okay, this counts as the... Everything counts as the quantum moon, fair enough. Many in my clan have believed the eye called us for a particular purpose. When I was a child, I used to believe that the eye was malevolent, to have lured my clan to the star system only to then vanish from them so completely. But I don't fear the eye anymore. In fact, it became my fondest hope to see the eye itself someday, but I fear that this may be beyond my reach. You may think I'm strange, but I have a hypothesis that I may not be entirely alive. Perhaps my journey has reached its end. Like many of my clan before me, I journeyed here to see the quantum moon's reflection of the eye. This is the closest any of us have come to seeing the eye itself. I think we've read this before, but I'll just go through it all. You may think I'm strange, but I have a hypothesis that I may not be entirely alive. Did I? We do not have much connection, you and I. Still, this encounter feels special. I hope you won't mind if I think of you as a friend. Okay, so we've asked everything we can about him. Let's ask about myself. I probably didn't need to move that away, so... Suppose you could reach the eye of the universe. Would you try to enter it? What do you imagine the effects of a conscious observer might be? Is this your first time on the Quantum Moon? It's my first time here. If you've come here looking for answers, I hope you find them. Actually, I guess the only other option would be the Quantum Moon and the Quantum Eye, which we've sort of already explored, so... And I... Yeah. Okay. So... One way of thinking about why the Hearthians can't get to the eye is the fact that their ships seem to be launched by gravity guns. I'm not super convinced by that, though. Surely they could just build a gravity gun here. Oh, curses. But yeah, I have no idea where my ship is. I mean, there's nothing stopping me from just suddenly jumping up, but I have a feeling that that's not gonna... Well, that might have some interesting ideas, but I'm just gonna stare at this guy. Mostly because I kind of want to see what happens to him when I boom. I don't think if I didn't see if the alien wasn't okay. So he's still there. But yeah, there's like the side of me is like, okay, well, what if I what if I just launch myself out of the planet? Alright. Found a dead Nomai in a spacesuit near the South Pole. I need to remember who was on the... who else was on that trip? Alright, I met a living Nomai named Solanum at the South Pole. The quantum moon is the eye of the universe's moon. At this location, the quantum moon becomes a reflection of the eye itself. The eye is likely the source of all macroscopic quantum phenomena in the solar system. Solanum wonders what would happen if a conscious observer were to enter the eye. Solanum has a hypothesis that she may not be entirely alive. What's interesting is that the... I believe all references to gender are absent from... It was either the Harthian or the Nomai writing. So it's really interesting that that was applied in the note. I, of course, noticed that chat never fails to you know, correct and make sure that I'm 100% experiencing the game exactly the way that they want. So, you know, rather than have that be revealed through the, you know, through the game itself, you know, it's I guess my expectations or my intentions weren't clear enough on there, but you know, I guess that's the cost of sharing this game with people, I suppose. But I guess the question for me is, do I launch straight out of the quantum moon? Or do I go and try and pick up some of these other threads? Well, I think what Glager's referring to is what I was just talking about, at the fact, like, it's not exactly backseating in this case, but, like, being corrected about the gender of the Nomai. So far as I can tell, there had been no indications of that in the logs that I'd gotten. And, you know, that could have been a discovery that I made through the notes, and... you know, that wasn't something. That was, you know, someone just kind of making sure, that being the cognitive sommelier, to make sure that I appreciated the genius of the game. And, like, it's relatively minor over all of it, but there's just a certain point at this case where I kind of want to just close chat. Because it's pretty clear that I need to spend a lot of time talking about how it would just be really nice for me to go unprompted through this. You know, not having, you know, little indicators about where I should be going. You know, people asking, you know, did you go into a certain location here? Did you go into a certain location there? Oh, actually, this person is really this person or that. Like, I understand that this might be a game that people get really excited by. I just don't understand why I'm not allowed to play it the way that everybody else did. You know, with the exception of maybe a few people who have, like, a roommate hovering over their shoulder. You know, Cranky probably put it in terms that I wouldn't myself, but I just don't really see why. I don't see what's so difficult about it, because it definitely spoils the experience for me. And I mean, if that's what it takes to stream on Twitch, I guess so, but you know, if you guys want to see me do more games like this, this is definitely not the way to do it. Anyways, I don't really want to focus on the negative here. No, I appreciate it, Uncle Crank. Like, you know, in the past, I've gone you know, people really liked me being able to bring out the demon, and I realized that's not really appropriate when I do sort of like different, you know, when I do games that are sort of more for promotional purposes and all of that, and it's maybe not consistent with what I think people enjoy out of the stream. And you know, I get like the individual item is not necessarily that bad. Like the question of gender, I don't necessarily think is one that people would normally consider to be some kind of a, you know, a spoiler or a backseat. But I guess the fact of the matter is that, you know, damn it, I'm gonna have to repair. I hope I didn't kill that guy. You know, I guess the biggest thing is that was an opportunity for me to, you know, to find that out for myself. And now I don't have that chance. But for, you know, a couple of minutes, that's something that didn't necessarily need to be brought up in chat, and I'm not entirely sure what we really gained from that. What was I doing here? It feels a little. So I guess one of the things I'm trying to run with is, it wouldn't be bad to check out the Ash Twin project as well as the Vessel before pursuing the Eye. But there is sort of a side of me that wants to try out that whole. I'm mostly just curious what prompted that. Okay, actually, so I'm gonna. It occurred to me I have a nice chance here to test the idea that. Yep. So the mountains get in the way. Valet parking. How you doing? Yes, the fault is mine. This is the thing that drives me crazy about these conversations. Like, you know, I always hear people are like, well, maybe you should put in rules or something like that. And it is always produced just another set of litigation on this stuff. And it's like... Yeah, this is going to be a pain if I miss it, but... Exactly, Woven. I am going to go into the sun and this is going to suck. Alright, abort. Oh, damn it. I think I'm too late. Saved. Alright. Now there'll just be a whole bunch of other stuff to potentially kill me. Oh, crap. Alright. It was rocky, but we got what we needed. Now, had I had the presence of mind when... Well, the valet is new today? Oh, Woven, you came just in time. That's weird. It's almost like I saw the quantum moon for a second there. I'm pretty sure I did, and then I just blinked it away. That's a really neat touch if that's what happened. Anyways, yeah, so it looks like there is some kind of mountain range that's keeping me from going through the I wasn't sure if I saw the shrine there. But yeah, there's a mountain range that seems to be keeping me from the northern part. So really what I need to do here is find the shrine, get to the northern hemisphere, and then at that point I can sort of try and be a little more precise in its location. There might be a more efficient way of sort of locating and locking it in, but I don't want to spend too much of the time on experimentation. I mean, part of it too is that it's maybe less for me. It's maybe not necessarily about the. Oh, actually, no. I think the shrine winds up going to the equivalent location on the next world, and what I need to do is I need to find a planet that will. Okay, so this we're just going to wind up seeing the. Yep. All right. I think it might actually be best if I just go to Giant's Deep. That one I seem to have a pretty reliable path to the north. Well, this might work. Let's see. But yeah, so I think one of the things for me is that if I if I blow it, if I'm too cautious on the approach, then I'm not able to see the quantum moon anymore, and then it doesn't. Well, actually, sorry. I guess if I'm looking at the photo, it'll still be there. But definitely the way I look at it, that's got to be close enough to the north that. Sorry, guys. Just need to take another second. I should probably put a note on Discord. All right. I guess there's no way of like informing work, hey, I'm playing video games right now, but all right. But I think I've got what I need to I guess we were trying Ugh. You know what, let's just go to Timber Hearth. Timber Hearth was where I knew I could make it. Wait, I think I just went past. Damn it. Well, that's fine. This is fun in its own way. All right. Also, I was an idiot, and there we go. Oh, we might be on the wrong side. Oh no, we're okay. Oh yeah, I gotta not do that because I want to keep the fuel for... Alright, and this is where... Like, so this is the part where I feel like my approach is a little inelegant. Nope. Never mind. I wonder if it weights the probabilities a bit to give you an edge in certain certain outcomes. I'm gonna take a quick minute here. So basically, anything super high, I'm going to avoid because I'll wind up going through the atmosphere. Well, I'm glad I didn't get completely pounded. I probably should have refueled. But that's fine. My guess here is that, assuming that I wind up like properly off the quantum moon, although there is, you know, this nice tall area here that sort of seems designed to allow me to do, like, there we go. Well, that was unexpected. So that's the quantum moon telling me no. Crap. Alright, that's fascinating. I really want to know what the story about this is. There's clearly no way for me to go in there. It almost looks... Oh. Oh, and you know, it probably deposited me on like the other side too. It was that upset with me. Yeah, so there's I can basically, I think at this point the quantum moon puzzle is basically get to find a way to get off the quantum moon and into the eye. I have no idea if/how I'm supposed to find my ship. But what I can do is I can experiment with the quantum moon a little bit more. I should have considered that a little bit better, because I don't think I'm going to get any... I don't think I'm going to get to the North Pole anytime soon from this spot. It's really funny to see my reaction to like, it's pretty clear that I'm used to things being persistent in the in the world, and so when I go on quantum objects and things start bouncing around, I obviously I don't react appropriately. Anyway, this one really is just about me finding an appropriate destination. I'm gonna say it's pretty unlikely I'm gonna find my ship again. I would sort of be interested to see whether or not there's a way of finding that, but so what I think I'm going to do is a precaution. Okay, so clearly this is closer to the north then. Nice. It's probably a little too quick on that. I'm probably a little, well, you know, let's try it out. Like I said, this is kind of experimentation mode. So what I'm going to do here, I'll take a photo of the shrine again. Right now, so because I was able to get where I needed from Timber Hearth, I sort of, interesting. You know, I've sort of been running with this expectation that Timber Hearth is the only place I can get to. And again, it might be the case that there's some, it might be the case that there's a, there's like a log or something that says that Timber Hearth is the only place you can get where you need. But it is, you know, it's nice to test, especially given how I wound up on some unhelpful paths in terms of this probably is not close enough to the north. Yeah, you know, I can dream. Anyways, what was I going to say? Given the fact that I wound up into some of these logical ruts, if I get a chance on, you know, on another world, right? I think I've already checked it on here. But yeah, basically if I wind up in another world and I'm close enough to the North Pole, it's not bad to just double check. So I think the one case where I feel... Okay, but that's not it. I need to remember. So I always assume that's Giant's Deep when I hear it. But it's actually Timber Hearth. So this one I'm okay losing the... I'm okay losing the shrine because, of course, we're going to the North Pole. And I'm guessing if I just keep looking around like this doesn't help me because I actually need to observe the shrine before it moves. Oddly enough, whenever I've looked at the ship, and then I look away, the next thing I see is the shrine. That's so weird how that happens. Anyway, I'm going to try and game things to my advantage a little bit. Nice. Could have been a little bit better with my fuel conservation. Sorry, I had to pause for some refreshment. Okay. So if I had a guess, probably if I like fly up, so flying up from the north is kind of interesting to me just because I don't think there's sort of the obvious, you know, you get swept up in the atmosphere sort of event. I could be wrong. All right, there we go. I'll show you what I mean. Well, that's kind of interesting, actually. So, like, if I look down... I would normally speed through it with my jetpack, but... So there's that thing, right? And we already know that we got spat up and deposited back on the Timber Hearth equivalent of the moon. But from the North Pole, it looks quite different. Now, I mean, there's a whole set of questions in terms of whether or not I can actually sort of escape. You know, it's also, you know, once I get out there, it could be that the eye is, you know, an eternity away, which also doesn't really help me. Let's try and get directly underneath. Interesting. So that seems to be like a hard ceiling. In this case, I'm going to try and get a little extra... Oop. I'm going to get a head start just so that I can fight against it, but I think we already know where this is going. I think it's going to say that I'm not strong enough. Yeah, it's just blocking me. I was hoping to see whether or not that was just not an unlucky spot. Again, the way I sort of fumbled on the previous attempt makes me just a little spooked by going down not very helpful paths. All right, I think that is about as definitive as I'm going to get. So, in the interests of experimentation, let's... always takes us back to Timber. Well, okay. So it quote unquote always, it's both times it has taken us back to Timber Hearth. Hey, Kite, how you doing? We had a we actually got. I'm sorry that I was busy flying off into the wild blue yonder. We got to meet a live Hearthian. And I thought that was a really cool little moment where I Again, there's a lot of things that I like about this game, but I think one of the things that really impressed me was, if you think of the idea, so like, the whole movie of Close Encounters of the Third Kind, which is admittedly a really old movie now, but like the entirety of that movie is sort of the wonder and the the possibilities of contact with alien life, and the whole thing is sort of the build up with the moment. And I was reflecting on the fact that it is not an uncommon occurrence to encounter alien life forms in games, and yet absolutely none of those feelings are present. And I mean, in some cases, it's because they're the bad guys, and you just need to shoot them, or there's obviously different themes that these games and sometimes these movies are taking on. But it was, I don't know, that was a really special moment to me, and it sort of made me realize what I've been missing from other games. I think that's one of the things I've been feeling a lot about Outer Wilds, is that it's neat to play this on my own, and it's neat to sort of see how it's doing certain things. I'm really just using this as an excuse to talk. I don't really have a lot of stuff that I want to be checking out here. But I think what's so interesting about it for me is just to see. I'm trying not to use my fuel. That's why sometimes I have to, but. Oh, looks like we've got the Doom music playing. Actually, this is something that's worth using though. Oh hey, found my ship. It's front row seat, really. This actually gives me a chance to shout out Kite. Well, I'll wait till after the music's done, though. Oh, I'm getting a little too close. Actually, at 3 meters a second, this thing's gonna blow up before I need to worry. Yeah, anyways, I think one of the things that I've noticed the most about this game in terms of things that really catch my attention is really just how there's a lot of stuff that I sort of take for granted in games, and it's so clear how going in the different direction just leads to these really satisfying experiences. They seem to have done a really good job of thinking about why. But yeah, it's just so interesting to sort of see how so many first how many things I take for granted in games, and then it's so interesting to see how when those assumptions are sort of upset, that how refreshing it is, and sort of the new meaning. Like, again, so it's so interesting in my view to think about how I've seen a lot of aliens in games, and yet very few times I've reacted in wonder. Or there's a bunch of ways that you can think about it. Like Monkey Island, I think, is a really good example of, like, adventure games are how you tell stories, and it's like, well, what about funny stories? And I'm sure there were like other ones before Monkey Island that did that, but it's another, like, Monkey Island, I think, is one of the first that I ever played where I sort of realized that games could be funny, and in that this game is internally consistent. Well, I just think it's the idea. Again, I'm not trying to say anything too. I'm not really trying to say anything too significant here. It's just the idea that because this game has gone off the beaten track in a few interesting ways, I I'm finding it very rewarding to just encounter things like, you know, the best example is, you know, when you have a moment in a game where you encounter an alien race that you haven't. Oh, don't. I'm going to talk about what a great guy you are. I just I'm trying to answer um, the chat stuff as imperfectly as I can. Um, you know, when I run into a game and I encounter, you know, this alien race that has sort of been there's this idea in acting of like a Mr. Wu part. And if any of you have seen The Third Man, Orson Welles' character is the Mr. Wu part. So this is like a total gift to an actor, because what you do, it's like you've got, you know, an entire first act and all of the, you know, all of the characters are talking about Mr. Wu. It's like, oh, but what will Mr. Wu say about this? Or Mr. Wu is coming, or, you know, oh, you know, you better not let Mr. Wu know that. You know, everybody's talking about them, all the anticipation. And, you know, you're getting close to the end of the first act, and, you know, the actor walks on stage. So he says, "Look, it's Mr. Wu." And then, you know, the curtain closes and everybody rushes out to intermission, and everybody's talking about, oh, what a great actor Mr. Wu was. You know, like, there's nothing the actor needs to do for that. The importance has been assigned by the script. And I actually think it was I think Orson Welles referred to his role in The Third Man as you know, a great Mr. Wu part. Although he does a fantastic job on it, by the way. If you have not seen the film, unless you like just don't like stuff that's shot in black and white, it holds up. It's a really well done movie. So, you know, we have taken it for granted that the Harthian. So there's a few things going on here, right? We've taken it for granted that the Harthians are this ancient race which we only know about through archaeology. And then there is a bit of an inconsistency with that, in the sense that we see the gravity gun explode in the very first moments of the game, which suggests that there is Harthian activity, you know, that we are observing. Now, that doesn't necessarily say anything, because who's to say that that isn't automated, or any number of other factors. But the you know, the fact that out of the blue, instead of seeing this body, you're seeing a live Harthian that you can interact with. And the fact that they don't speak, that it's this really mysterious moment where you're encountering an alien creature. There is a feeling in that moment that is quite unlike any of the others. Actually, it is fair to say I have a game which I haven't played yet called The Dig, and The Dig might actually go into similar territory. But again, all that I'm really trying to say on this is that, you know, I have lived, you know, through most of the time in terms of the games that I've played, where like aliens exist to shoot, or aliens exist to, you know, be someone I interact with. You know, the Greel in Rebel Galaxy Outlaw, or you know, any number of other species, you know, are people who I trade with, or, you know, they're a new character class. Or in Mass Effect, right? They're the space elves and the space dwarves, and, or, you know, Age of Wonders Planetfall, you know, I get my different weapon types and whatnot from the race that I pick. And when I sit down and I think about it, and I think about what encounters with other, you know, with aliens in a game have been like, it's just, in my opinion, it's so interesting to have something that makes me realize how much I take something fairly incredible. Like, okay, actually, here's the one other example I'll give you. There is an adaptation of the comic book Preacher. I'm not a super fan of it, but I generally like what they did with it. And the whole first season is about finding God. And I will tell you that at the end of the first season, they do. Now, from a writing point of view, you have just set yourself up for a really tricky moment. Because if you are promising God, you had better deliver, right? And how the hell do you write an encounter with God that, so you can't do that and say, it's like, hey, do you know where to find the corner store? Oh yeah, you just go a couple blocks down and hang a left. Nobody's going to be satisfied by that. But the satisfying one is an incredibly difficult writing task. Like this is Milton territory, right? Explaining the ways of God to man, in the opening lines of Paradise Lost. So it's just so interesting that like the encounter. So Mass Effect, it's completely sensible that except maybe running into Prothean recordings and such. Maybe that's actually why the first encounter with Sovereign is so memorable. That you're encountering this malevolent and largely unknowable creature. I found it a memorable moment anyway. But just the fact that I have become so familiar with other alien species that I never react with awe in that moment. To have a game like The Outer Wilds give me this sense of awe in first encountering the Nomai, that was really rewarding. And again, that what I do in a moment like that is I reflect back on all of my other previous experiences in games and have said, wow, when's the last time that I've been really impressed by the fact that I've seen an alien? So, yeah, anyways. And I think, I probably mixed up some of my my terms. Although there is one thing I want to check here. I want to see how many fingers Hearthians have. Yeah, that's... Oh, hang on. No, it looks like they've got 3 fingers. I was going to say it would be really neat. So I am a Hearthian with 4 eyes, and the Nomai have 3 eyes. And I noticed that the Nomai have 3 fingers, and I was wondering if the Hearthian has 4 as well, but it looks like it's a 3-finger. Just trying to think if I can get my shadow to confirm that. Whoa. I don't know if the stream just got interrupted for you, but man, it almost looks like I've got a 4th. I can sort of, but like as you can see, the angle's a bit inconclusive. But yeah, now I'm super curious about. Okay, so I got a easier way of seeing this. Oh, hang on, I gotta get my suit. Oh, actually, you know what? My suit will probably have a glove that I can see. Yeah, that looks like 3. Yeah, exactly. I mean, again, I'm feeling less confident in terms of any meaning behind that, but I always found it really interesting that in terms of the eyes mentioned in the game, you have the 4-eyed Hearthians that you're playing, the 3-eyed Nomai, and of course the Nomai is the alien that we encountered. If I said we encountered a Hearthian, I'm an idiot. Obviously we are pursuing the eye of the universe, singular, which leaves to me this really interesting little kind of this dangling part of the 2-eye. And that, of course, is the player. Whether or not there's any significance to that, I don't know. It's just it's a possibility that I find so tantalizing. I really can't let it go. But anyway, sorry, I did wind up. No, sorry, I was going to talk about Kite, but I wound up going on on a digression. I got a chance to talk with Kite yesterday. In fact, Kite knows a little bit about. I mean, some of you might be able to guess from it. I think the hint from today was, so my birthday is next Wednesday. Normally I'd take it off, but it's sometimes nice to do a birthday stream. So I'm not going to do Cultist Simulator on that. That's going to be for me. And I have an idea of what I'm going to do, because I found something that I think will be unexpected, but interesting. And the first hint that I got for it is that it takes place in the last quarter of the 21st century. It's the year 20XX, if you will. But I'll come up with some other details. What was I going to say though? But yeah, Kite got a chance to see it. He gave a very warm reaction to it. Actually, the Eyes of Sin got to see it. Is it 20X? I thought it was 30XX for Mega Man. All right, this is cool actually. So I thought that was one that was actually a little too clear in terms of giving away what it was, but it looks like there's room for multiple interpretations. Anyways, but yeah, so it's funny to see Kite in here just because I got a chance to catch up with him yesterday. Actually, I was going to be a 5-minute chat, and we wound up going in great detail about a bunch of different topics. Kite is a really great guy. I actually used to really, his big selling point for me was what an excellent co-op streamer he was. I've had difficulty doing co-op streams in the past. Johnny Big Time is one that I actually had a really good time co-oping with. And I do tend to find it very difficult to do a co-op stream with people because like I had a moment where someone, like they said they wanted to play a game with me. I'm like, okay, this will be kind of fun. And then they like turn on their camera, like at the last minute before we start. They said, oh, I'm going to stream this. And like all of a sudden it was no longer, I'm going to enjoy playing a game with a friend. It's, okay, now I need to be switched on. And that person has many good qualities, but I don't really feel that they were all that strong of a broadcaster. And so I really felt sort of an obligation to kind of keep the momentum going. And again, it's a reflex thing, right? But it means that the stress is going to be quite a bit higher. But what was interesting, so like this is clearly a case where I found it very difficult to stream with that individual. Obviously, I'm not going to say who it is because it's not the nicest thing to say about someone. But I think there is a purpose to a constructive purpose to this that I feel sort of justifies the telling of that story. And I think it's neutral enough that nobody's going to know who I'm talking about. But what's interesting is that I've actually seen Kite broadcast with that individual. I think it might have been a viewer day or something like that. Anyways, he made it seem like the most natural thing in the world, and I've seen him do that with lots of things. He used to do a lot of viewer streams and whatnot. And because the reason I tell that first part of the story is I have firsthand knowledge about how that is not something that just happens. A lot of the streams that you like watching with, role-playing games or something like that kind of chemistry and that kind of, entertainment value doesn't come out of thin air. That is actually something that's very hard to capture in some situations. And what I think is really interesting about Kite is he was able to bring out the best in someone I had actually found it very difficult to broadcast with. Now, Kite is not only a co-op caster. He's got a really great variety of stuff that he does. He has a great love of Devil May Cry, or at least I've seen him do Devil May Cry with aplomb. But he's actually done a little bit of everything. And in addition to just being a really nice guy and a really supportive individual of a lot of broadcasts that I know, he's someone that I've known on this platform for a really long time, and I've continued to just see him be a very decent and very, very supportive and very entertaining individual. So it's always a really special moment when I get to see him inside a chat, and he's definitely one of the people, on top of people like Eyes of Sin and Uncle Cranky and Outworld and Apocalypse. There's lots of really good people who I think are worthy of your attention. But I think Kite is a really unique one, just because it's hard sometimes to be able to say someone makes someone else better for broadcasting with them. And I've been able to see Kite do that sort of firsthand. So for me, I am very impressed by it. In addition to the fact that I think it does such a good job of sort of encapsulating what his his stream is really about, and what it's like. Now, there's a few things that I can be doing here. One, Dark Bramble sort of seems to be the last spot that I've sort of ignored. So the best, of course, would be if I can find the distress beacon, but it may not. It's not at all obvious. That I'll find it in the. So like I was kind of hoping it would be on the surface of Dark Bramble, but that doesn't seem to be the case. But yeah, so I kind of wanted a bit of a cleanser, in terms of the activity. I've had enough time with the Quantum Moon. I think I need a little bit of a break for the next break from that for the next little while. So checking out Dark Bramble is sort of, we have been there, but I haven't really gone too heavy on Dark Bramble. So in this case here, it's kind of the next logical location. Also, there's sort of that dangling thread of what happens with the time shift. I don't really feel like I was able to run that experiment quite the way that I wanted to. But you have to pick an area to check out. So I picked this one. Boy, it's really good that Oh God! Run for your lives! The Reaper is coming! Well, there's another promise the game's delivered. Oh God, we were given information about how to get past this thing too, but yeah, the Quantum Moon definitely goes away when you look up and blink. That's a really nice touch. All right. Because I really like wasting people's time, I'm going to take a minute here and see if I can look at some of the other hands. All right. That's looking pretty definitive as 3. Yet I insist 4 would have been more appropriate. Hello, casual nothing. All right. I don't think the rumors will be on. Yeah, so the thing that's weird here is I know we've been given some hints about the angler, and maybe there's a light thing. Anyways, yeah, I'm completely blanking on that right now, and I know that's gonna be something that I need to reckon with. And of course, we're not necessarily any closer to the vessel. You know what? Either I'm going to talk to Feldspar, or I'm just going to throw myself at the problem. I thought I locked into that. Okay, this is inconvenient. Wait, I did. So why isn't Dark Bramble showing up? Oh, there we go. I feel a little less obligated to manually fly to all of these locations now that I feel... Well, I mean, I'm not a perfect pilot by any stretch of the imagination, but I feel a little bit more comfortable. Hey, Azure Wind, how you doing? Speaking of, actually, so I feel a little bit bad that I didn't mention this person in my previous batch of shoutouts. And actually, it's a great time for me to get another thing done. I've had a download running in the background. There's like a 12 gigabyte file, so I really did want to cancel it, even though I know that creates problems for my my stream. But it's done now, so I get to crash out Chrome. But yes, Azure Wind. Azure Wind is an incredibly talented strategy game streamer. So that's probably the easiest overlap that I can give for. It's probably the easiest overlap that I can give in terms of my interests to anyone else's. I really do like the light effects in this. He has been going through XCOM Enemy Within the Long War mod. By the way, apologies to everyone from Azure Wind stream. You are going to have to hear this delightful noise for a while. But it's funny, actually. I know Azure. So Azure Wind is probably best known as an XCOM streamer. And the funny thing. By the way, have you? We've talked about this before. You have not played. Let's turn off the headlights. That's probably going to be the first thing that helps me dodge the angler. And if I can, I feel like going through brambles might be a nice way that I can dodge that danger as well. Anyway, sorry, I'm blowing it here. The funny thing is, I joked about this when I was in his chat yesterday. He's best known as an XCOM streamer with occasional forays into things like Rocket League. He plays quite competitively. But he found me through BattleTech, and I got to watch him really put it through its paces. All right. It's so hard to distinguish what's Bramble and what's an angler. All right, if we've been caught, the game hasn't let on. I'm actually going to match velocity. I mean, obviously, if we were being pursued, this would kill me, but... I really should just do the shout-out and then... No, you haven't played this. I should actually caution you. So this game is really interesting, and there's like a bunch of puzzles and whatnot. Is there death? Oh yeah, there's. It is the Dark Souls of video games. You'll die a lot, I think. I tell you what, I'll run through. So yeah, I should maybe let you know that it is a puzzle game, and I've been very insistent on the fact that I kind of want to go in pure. I'm sort of fumbling around right now, so I can't necessarily make any promises as to how significant some of the stuff will be to the story in that. I was told kind of go in with as little information as possible about the game, which is the worst thing in the world to tell to someone who just like over doubled my viewer count with the raid. But maybe fair warning for those of you who are interested in checking this out. There's a game developer I quite like named Sean LeBlanc. Who I should have actually gotten his, you know what, I bet Microsoft Edge will save me here. Let me take a minute. He was the one to recommend this, and I like Sean's taste in games and whatnot. If it was kind of a missed game where you're just puzzling around, definitely is. Like, I would say that there is a very heavy adventure puzzle style to the game. But the game does really interesting things with a lot of stuff that you would take for granted. So I was actually just talking about a moment. I'm definitely not going to talk about that particular moment as to what it was. But I spent a lot of time on this cast talking about a particular moment which made me realize how I have had very similar experiences in previous games. And it should be this moment of complete wonder. And it felt that way in this game. And then I realized that all the other games, I did not feel that way about it. So it's a high recommend. I will take a brief moment here and say, for those of you who want to get this on the Epic Store, yeah, if you still have a coupon left over from the Epic Store, you can get $10 off. If you don't have your coupon from the Epic Store, you will not get any kind of a discount. But I will let you know the game's on Steam as well. So if you feel more comfortable buying your games there, there isn't a way. Oh, actually, you know what? If you buy it on the Humble link, assuming that it's on Humble, that's a way you can put some money towards it. I'm playing an Epic copy of the game. I actually quite like the Epic Store. So, but for those of you who want to pick it up and give a little support, you can use that. You can use that affiliate link. But yeah, it was one of these ones that I kind of picked up sight unseen, and I don't regret it at all. Anyways, let me actually take the time to say why Azure Wind is worth watching. Azure Wind is known for XCOM. He found me through BattleTech. He is very, very good at strategy games, and he loves playing things at the hardest possible difficulty. And he is good. Like, it's neat to see his process of developing. He actually handles backseating a bit better than I do too, which is not to say that he likes backseating. It's just that I think the thing is that he has the quiet confidence of knowing what he's talking about, and he's willing to just let the thing hang in the air and let the idiocy of what was just said in chat demonstrate itself. That's my interpretation of it. He is a lot nicer than me, and so he won't put it in those terms. But, in addition, so he's definitely one of the few people that I will recommend on a purely skill basis. But in addition to that, he's actually a very gifted entertainer. And I think what's most interesting is that while he has definitely found his niche, and he's, excellent at XCOM, excellent at XCOM 2, excellent at Chimera Squad, did a great job with BattleTech. I thought it was really entertaining to watch him. And especially, too, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, that was your first encounter with the BattleTech, IP. I hate discussing it like that. The BattleTech universe. So it was really interesting to sort of see your response to that. Because BattleTech is actually something I played as a tabletop game before I ever played. Actually, no, that's not true. I played a MechWarrior game before I played tabletop, but I didn't quite realize they were related until after the fact. But he, I think one of the things that's so interesting is that he's very good at a specific thing, and he's found his niche. But what I think is so interesting about it is because he is willing to go outside of that comfort zone, it is equally rewarding to see him take on something new. And whether it's on a skill basis or just because, you know, he does such a good job sort of going through the process of discovery, I think he, you know, he's worth watching across those two dimensions. I will also say, if you ever do wind up doing Outer Wilds and you do it on stream, I am dying to see how you encounter this game. It's completely different from the stuff I've seen you play otherwise, but I would be fascinated to see the Azure Wind take on it. Kite said something you said made you think of No Man's Sky. You actually played in Rocky Unfulfilled Promises at the start. Aside, the game did have a sense of wonder and knowing that not every alien. Yeah, well, what was interesting for me, Kite, when I played No Man's Sky, I quite liked it. Now, admittedly, there had been some you know, there'd been some patches and whatnot, but all right, that's interesting. So we lost the distress beacon. I mean, I guess I could fly back out through that, but let's see what's going on. I think it's Feldspar is the orange dot. Oh, there it is. Now I'll just provoke the angler. All right. Yeah, that's... Thorn's going straight through it. All right. So I suppose this invites the question as to whether or not I want to try and park the ship. I should be safe enough just leaving it here. It won't go that far away. All right. So you all get the joy of hearing this one more time while I lock in the signal. It's going to be really interesting to see where I can find... It's going to be really interesting to see where I can find the mothership, because it's pretty clear that... or the vessel, rather. It's pretty clear that I'm not going to find it through a distress signal, so... Seka, our escape pod crashed as we tried to flee this place, destroying our movement and communication capabilities in the process. We've held out as long as we could here, but the pod's supply of breathable air is nearly depleted, and the anglerfish attack more and more frequently. Wait, that implies more than one anglerfish. Our best chance at survival is to return to the vessel to either repair the damage or, more probably, await rescue. Seka, is the message finished? The vessel's beacon is already growing fainter. It will be gone in a matter of hours. We need to leave quickly. Oh, all right. So I'm looking for vessel bacon. Wrong button. I want to try and get upright if I can. Why does it want me to center on this thing? I guess that's just a helper. Okay, actually, tell you what. I'm gonna give you guys a little something to get the distress beacon, which you can sort of hear in the background. Let's get that. Let's get a palate cleanser. Oh, okay. I can't pick up anything on Outer Wilds Ventures. Never mind. Screw you. Deal with the distress sound. All right. Begin flight log. Escape pod 3. Vessel has been mortally injured. Emergency sequence activated. Awaiting departure from vessel. Is it possible to have a mortal wound to a spacecraft? I feel like that's not an appropriate use of that word. Now launching escape pod 3. Multiple collisions have altered pod's trajectory. Significant damage to pod detected. Navigation error. Navigation error. Life support. Navigation error. Life support error. Propulsion error. Like, I kind of get that people in a poetic mood would say, you know, we've mortally wounded the vessel and whatnot, but... Okay, there we go. Scanning external environment. Scan complete. Gravity not detected. Breathable air not detected. Multiple life forms detected. Potentially hostile. Verdict, do not exit pod. Sorry, I'm just going to take a minute here to get a drink. Does the craft have an AI and feel the ship is its body? This is the interesting thing, Kite. I actually... So there is some degree of automation in Nomai technology in the sense... I'm just pausing here because I want to get a drink of coffee, not because this is going to be an extended break. It's kind of lukewarm now, so... but yeah, there's been evidence that there's some degree of automation on the part of Nomai technology, but it has not explicitly been an artificial intelligence, if you can get the difference. Like in the same way that factory equipment can have a degree of automation, it is not a requirement that it have an artificial intelligence to run it. So, and sorry, actually, I didn't say I was going to take a break, but I do want to catch up on one thing in chat. Woman to Wonder Dog, to me, it wasn't really about expectations. You liked it at launch, but as someone who watched it as it was developed and seen all the videos about the things that you'd be able to you when you bought the game, you were playing it, you couldn't help but feeling out of your head that you were lied to. Like if this game had come out and had just been what it would have been. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think, I think you're talking about No Man's Sky there. I think the biggest problem I have with the reaction to No Man's Sky is how disproportionate the reaction was to the game that was released. Because I'm very much of the view that, like, it's not hard to find out what a game is like now. And there's a 2-hour refund window. And so there's a certain point where the intensity of the reaction was well beyond the quote-unquote infraction. Does this mean I feel that Hello was sort of blameless in the whole matter? I mean, you know, there's some views in terms of people saying, well, it was, you know, I think it was Sony who was doing the promotion of that. Like, you know, there was a responsibility of a publisher to like rein them in a little bit or not have them, not push them to do so much hype PR. And I mean, to a certain extent, you'll never know what ships in the final version because, you know, things happen. I mean, it's worth remembering that there was a flood in that office, right? You know, the game didn't exactly have the, you know, a straight line from concept to finish. And if you know, I saw an interview with one of the team members. And it was very clear that they were checking out some different avenues brought on by some of the technology that they implemented. And in the end, I want to encourage people to do that experimentation. And that means that they can be excited about something at the start of development and not at the end. And I think there is I think in the name of getting more interesting games, I think allowing people to try stuff and fail is better than creating this incentive of... Or disincentive of like, if it doesn't match exactly what you said at this early stage of development, you know, we will crush you. I feel that we just wind up with a lot of safe but uninteresting choices. But again, that doesn't mean that's not to be like a complete apologist for Hello Games. I suspect that nobody involved in that situation would want it to happen the way that it did, and the only difference is that I wouldn't attribute the malice that I think a lot of people tried to on that. Anyways, there's a new problem. Our equipment is detecting 2 distinct beacons from the vessel, but it isn't possible for the vessel to be in 2 different locations at the same time. I agree, but the beacons are exactly identical to each other. Perhaps if I had more time. We're nearly out of time already, Den. The vessel's beacon will be quickly fading. Soon it will be gone, and we will be lost. We'll follow the beacon whose source is nearest to us. But suppose that beacon is false. We likely don't have enough air to reach the further of the two beacons, Din. The decision is made for us. We'll leave a trail of lights as we go. There's still a chance that someone could hear our escape pod's distress signal. Now, this is the really interesting part about this one. So it's neat that we get the trail of lights, but of course, we know that there's an anglerfish kicking around, and so I'm gonna have to contend with the fact that oh, come on. I'm gonna have to contend with the fact that one of those lights is not gonna be the thing that I want to run into. Okay, this is the emergency escape hatch. Okay, now I am kind of curious. I'm assuming this thing's just gonna go flying off, but I think it's reasonable to say. Oh no, there's the trail of lights. So I'm gonna try and not be a complete goof, and instead I will use my ship. By the way, those of you who stayed around from Azure's stream, I should have said this earlier, because I don't want there to create any awkwardness. I know it's always hard when you follow on like a raid or something like that, because you've signed up for one streamer, and they, if they're not broadcasting, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be interested in the person who they linked, especially too because there's a style of host where people, they'll host someone in the name of sort of maintaining kind of a social network. So it's not necessarily that they think they're the best option. It's the person that they want to get some attention for. You'll notice a tendency for some people to host up. This is actually one reason why I like talking about Azurewind, because he is clearly someone who hosts down. I don't think I've ever gotten a host from him that's been smaller than the number of viewers that I currently have, and I think that communicates a little something about his generosity as a broadcaster. But with that in mind, the reason I did want to take a minute here and say that I appreciate those of you that do stay, for the simple fact that, I think those are the bodies of the Hearthians. I did want to take a minute and mention that I do appreciate it, because again, I completely, as a viewer of Twitch, I completely appreciate that. That's so sad. I completely appreciate that it's never something that I can take for granted just because somebody has hosted me. That it's worth it to you or anyone else to stick around. Okay, so far I have not been devoured by alien beasts. Oh no, and they're playing the sad piano too! To any who come searching for us, we followed one of two beacons from the vessel to this place, but can go no further. It's almost too faint to hear now, but the vessel's beacon is still faintly emitting from within this thorny seed, yet the opening is too small for even a single Nomai to fit through it, and so our escape pod couldn't have flown through here. I don't understand how this could be possible, but this gruesome place seems to be able to manipulate space itself. Maybe this was our undoing. To be so close to the location of the vessel and still so far is difficult. Worse, the vessel's beacon is dying. Soon we'll be unable to hear it. There is nothing we can do now but try to perhaps find a way inside, or at least attempt to comprehend why this happened. My dearest hope is that the other escape pods were able to reach relative safety. Oh god! I sometimes wonder whether developers sit around in moments like they're hugging! Look at that! Oh my god! I sometimes wonder if developers sit around and say, oh, you know what's really gonna get them in the feels? Yeah. God, there's just so much storytelling in moments like this. You can see who... You can kind of see all who these people were. They're the ones who are trying in the last moments to understand the seed. You can see the couple embracing. You can see the person who left the final record. Well, the statues we've seen of Nomai are have different heads than what we're looking at. I would have to assume that these are helmets. Otherwise, it invites the question as to why they are. It invites questions as to why they're creating statues that don't look like them. And then, of course, the overall structure. You know, if this is in fact a Nomai head, then you know their head is connected to their shoulders in a way that's a bit unexpected. So my guess here, Castle, is no, but that's kind of what the test is. That's why I shot the. Right. That's why I shot the scout into it. We've encountered a seed very similar to this in the on a different planet, on our home planet. But I think the important thing to remember here, like when I stop in moments like this, it's not because I'm confused about what to do. It's just that there is something in this game about just seeing its environments and seeing the little moments in here. There is, of course, an interesting question as to whether or not different scouts will produce different results. So you know which of the locations is more important. I suppose they said one of the things I might want to consider would be. Sorry, I thought I heard the Doom music. They did say the further one was the one I should be following, not the closer one. Although that may not be true either. Because the closer one brought them to the seed. It didn't necessarily bring them to the. It didn't necessarily bring them to the beacon. Oh, sorry. There's one other thing I wanted to check. When they're talking about beacon signals, I don't think I'll be able to pick it up on my equipment, but I've not completed the game before. No, this is a blind playthrough, or as blind as I can. Okay. So I gotta kind of keep my own. I gotta keep my own kind of track record in terms of where I'm visiting and what I'm finding. So I'll just say directly behind me is the. Okay, so that looks like that's the escape pod. That's a little odd. So that duplicate signal isn't interesting to me because it's okay. I guess this makes sense that the orange light. I always thought that might be the fire. So I suppose the hint about the most distant location was the right way to go. So this looks encouraging, but that light might just be another seed. I suppose we'll find out. Oh, go to hell! All right. Oh, that's really interesting. So I kind of want to see whether or not. All right. So I'm going to take the red as the indicator. I want to see if that provokes a response. I'm just trying to get it to ping some light. I don't even care that you haven't been warned. You can figure out why you've been timed out. Really discouraging sound. Okay, so it does look like it's coming after me. Oddly enough, it does seem like we could outrun that for some reason, though. Though the whole matter of like trying to find the crash is a little bit of a disaster now. Yeah, that's... I'm pretty sure that's an angler. Huh. Alright. Oh, crap. Yeah, so I'm gonna run with the guess here that it's light that's provoking them. That's why I was trying to shoot off those, scouts. Yeah, that's exactly what did it. I really need that to land on something that's going to cause light. All right, I don't think there's much hope of me... Oh, yeah, and we're at the end of the cycle anyway. Okay, well, oh, crap. I want to see if I can just go through the seed at this point. See ya, loser. Ah! Oh, that was great. All right, so I think the thing that's driving me crazy on this is that it's been so long since I've heard stuff about the anglers. That does kind of mean that Feldspar would be a good person to talk to. But before I go any further, just want to take a quick look at see what the museum has to say about this. The anglerfish specimen was found attached to the landing gear of one of our ships that flew close to Dark Bramble. It appears well suited to living in dark places with minimal atmosphere. All right, that doesn't really give me what I need. Again, I feel like Feldspar... That guy. I feel like he told me something about it, and then I also think on Giant's Deep there might have been a conversation. I can definitely get behind the idea of not needing to I can definitely get behind the idea of not needing to, yeah. I'll maybe take one less. Ah, okay. Of the 3 Nomai escape pods that crashed in our solar system, all 3 escape pods were launched. Sorry, one of the 3 Nomai escape pods that crashed into our solar system, all 3 escape pods were launched from something called the vessel, which was badly damaged. The survivors from escape pod 3 detected 2 distinct beacons from the vessel, as if it was in 2 locations at once, which we obviously already know is something that is possible in Dark Bramble. Nomai Grave. The survivors from Escape Pod 3 followed one of the 2 vessel beacons to a small Dark Bramble seed, where they could go no further. The Nomai could faintly hear the vessel's beacon from within the seed, but the opening was too small for a single Nomai to fit through, much less the escape pod. The vessel's beacon was dying and would soon be gone completely. If I launch my scout into the seed, I can take photos of an enormous derelict Nomai ship. And that's the funny thing, is that we saw the photos, but we did not actually see the ship, which makes me think I either did something wrong or there's some weirdness in terms of the overall setup. And again, weirdness is kind of the name of the game as far as Dark Bramble is concerned. So that's. Sorry guys, I want to take a minute here. All right. The Nomai warped into the solar system in a spaceship called the Vessel. They were attempting to follow the signal from the eye of the universe. The vessel crashed somewhere in Dark Bramble. The vessel's warp core broke when the ship crashed in Dark Bramble. I launched my scout into the seed at the Nomai grave and took photos of an enormous derelict Nomai ship. And of course, I sort of thought that I would be seeing the... I should probably take the Nomai grave as my better indicator. I kind of assumed that I would be able to explore that a lot more than I did, so... Now, I'll be honest with you, I actually don't mind experimenting in terms of dying to anglerfish. But it would be nice if I had a slightly more elegant way of getting past that obstacle. It seems like if I mess around with my lights, I can save myself a little trouble. But there really isn't a good way to suppress the like. There's no stealth mode for the ship. So one potential solution I have for that is sort of big bold moves, for lack of a better term. So pushing forward, like when I go into an unknown area, really push in to minimize the the effect. So like in this case here, I'm just gonna leave it be. I'm not gonna adjust things. I obviously have to at some point, but this lets me move without being detected for a better period of time. At this point, I kind of gotta make it count. So Interesting. It seems like it slows me down. So with that in mind, let's just give it a little push. Nothing too intense, at least until I can see what's in the area. This is probably gonna slap me. Damn. Alright, well, I don't have much of an option. I don't see anything hostile yet, so... Like I said, just kind of commit to a big move, drift away if I can. Clearly I need a course correction, but... Obviously, if there's anything coming to eat that wants to eat me there, I've given them all the signals in the world. All right. This is always a hard one because it shoots out at a weird angle. Oh, hey, did that work? Nope, I caught it on the lip. Damn you. All right. Well, I mean, that seems to be it. So I'm going to say scouts don't help me in terms of acting as decoys. This is one where I think I'm just going to slam into it and hope for the best. Oof, that's not good. I wish there was a way, this would be a great feature for a game which would infuriate every single broadcaster that was affected by it. You've got a sound system not unlike Alien Isolation. All right, we have a bit of distance between us and the anglers, so make it count, my friend. Okay, it's a similar idea. We're just gonna... Oh, crap. Just want to slam into that as... But yeah, chat counts as making sound. Well, that's just it. Like, the player's sound is a thing that has already happened. I don't believe the PC version of Alien Isolation does it, but I believe at least the PlayStation version of Alien Isolation, the alien pays attention to the sounds that you make through your microphone, which I have to assume is stressful beyond belief. But I was thinking you go a step further, and that chat activity counts as a sound. So like you're playing the game with a bunch of people, and so anyone making a sound will be detected. The problem with that, of course, is that the world being what it is, that would create more situations where people just ruin things for people. But that doesn't mean that isn't something that I like. There's kind of a side of me that makes me think it's like, oh man, so what if Woban was like, oh god, we gotta be really quiet, and all of a sudden the things respond. You know, the things respond accordingly. Thing is, I don't think I'd be that mad about it. Like, if it was something that just kind of came out of the blue, I think I'd probably be kind of impressed. Once there's the knowledge that there's that moment, and it's obvious that, you know, people are just doing it to, like, mess with you, that's where it would wear out its welcome. So, like, you obviously don't want to spend the time, you know, putting in tech that's only going to be used, you know, in such a minor way and can potentially create such a negative experience. And yet, I don't know, there's a side of me that's kind of like, that would be still kind of funny. Yeah, I mean, one of the ways that I would, like, if it's a small thing where you have a fairly good idea of community, you know, at this point, it would be like, so, you know, for a small game, it's one of these things where, you know, one, you do an opt-in, but number two, you don't mention it to anyone, but you kind of have like either a whitelist or a blacklist. So like if you want to say, okay, there's going to be a small set of people, well, you know, maybe even like if you've had this happen to you, then, I need to be consistent. Like then you gain, you know, you gain privileges to be one of the people whose voices brings the monster. Oh yeah, that would be an interesting one, actually. So, you know, people can summon the monster, but only if they've had that happen to them. That would be an interesting way of doing it. And then again, like if people who abuse it because they're on a list, it's just as easy to remove them. Felix, I'm recording now. I've never encountered anything like this. The signal the vessel is receiving appears to be older than the universe itself. This is our first contact with anything of this nature. Everyone prepare to warp immediately. Eskel, wait. I need more time to send an outgoing message. Shouldn't we tell another clan where we're going? We can send the message upon our arrival. This extraordinary single appeared suddenly. It may disappear just as quickly, and we can't lose a discovery this incredible. Focus on preparing for the warp instead. I understand. Anona, is the vessel ready to warp to the signal's approximate coordinates? The warp core is powered, but this will be a significant jump. Afterwards, we'll need time to recharge the core. That shouldn't create a problem, provided we arrive at or near the signal source. Everyone, we're ready to warp. It's a very pretty image of the Eye of the Universe. I realize it's simple, but again, it's little touches. So I know the warp core was damaged from previous messages. What I am kind of curious about, though, okay. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the Nomai technology. Ah, excellent. Yes, I see exactly what that did. Oops. Okay, didn't exactly want to do that, but this is probably setting coordinates or something. I'm assuming this is giving me lots of possibilities, so this might be like a padlock or something like that. Oh, come on. Oh yeah, that's totally what it is. Okay, so unless I know what I'm looking for there, the number of possibility, like, so as soon as I saw the number of entries in that, I was kind of like, okay, so this is clearly something I'm gonna need to work on. I was a Kickstarter backer on In Other Waters. Actually streamed that when they were doing their Kickstarter. I'm really bad at straightening myself out on this. Okay, so let's see where we're at for the writing. Yes. This is Eskel's vessel. Something went badly wrong during our warp, and our vessel is mortally wounded. We need help as quickly as possible. Our vessel appears to has it fused with the local environment somehow. There are vines that are now part of the vessel. It's been torn apart from inside itself. We're abandoning our vessel. Any Nomai clans or spaceflight capable species receiving this message, I implore you, we need your help. Is this broken? Can anyone hear me? Our vessel is dying. We need immediate assistance. To any Nomai clans whose vessels can hear this message, it's clear that the universe is dying. There are fewer and fewer resources and safe places within space now, so my clan and I believe the best option is for all of our clans to stay together. And if you can reach the gloaming galaxy, we found that Blackrock suns are fairly stable, and life in the star system is comparatively thriving. We live in relative safety. If you prefer to continue exploring alone, know that you will be on your own. Kana, we're making our way to you. It's good to hear from you, Bromy. We'll watch for your vessel. Not quite what I wanted to do, but... Has anyone heard from Neem? His clan was on its way to our vessel, but they never arrived, and he hasn't sent any messages. I'm beginning to worry. That is unsettling. It reminds me of that old myth my grandfather used to tell, the disappearance of Eskel. I remember hearing that story as a child. One day Eskel's vessel simply stopped responding. The other clans searched and searched, but found no trace. It was as if their missing friends had warped out of existence. That's no myth, friends. Eskel's clan existed, and their story was real. What a curious event to have passed into myth. Our ancestors' ancestors were told that story when they were young. Are you sure it's true, Hyssop? It was a very long time ago, but yes, my clan's ancestors searched for Eskel's clan for a long time, but in the end, none of them were ever seen again. And it's the only time in our history a vessel has ever disappeared this way. Hyssop, I hope that you aren't comparing Eskel's story to my clan's vessel. Neem, my friend, we feared you were gone. Not yet. Not yet we aren't, but nearly. We found trouble during our warp. The triple suns of a bright spark star system exploded, and it was only a lucky coincidence that we weren't caught in the blast. We'll meet you soon, Kana. I'm relieved your clan is safe, Neem. It's good to hear your words. Any vessels nearby, remember to be extremely cautious of potentially unstable stars, which is most of them now. Alright. I think that's probably the most elaborate writing that we've seen. However, I do want to double check who was speaking in this one. So Felix, is Eskel, okay, yeah. So now this is the tricky part, right? We're seeing a record, so it's entirely possible that we are not in fact on Eskel's vessel. We could just be seeing a log from it, but that I might be burdening that with a little more than I should. I do want to take a minute here and see. All right. So I got to put something in here. I'm assuming that might be where the warp core is. Well, that or it could be. Oh no, it's probably here, because the. I'm wasting a lot of fuel on this, but the ship's not too far away. Oh, actually, okay. I didn't exactly want to go back to my ship, but now probably wouldn't be a bad time for me to get a little, more fuel. I could, of course, take a look at the log again, but sometimes it's fun to just try stuff out. All right, that's where we just were. A lot of closed doors. So the big challenge here, I think it would be fair to say that this thing is a lock. Now it does of course invite the question, like, what does it really get me to know that it's a lock? Like it could be that whatever function that served is no longer really relevant. It's not like this thing's gonna fly anytime soon. But to a certain extent, I'm going to need more than what I was given in order to be able to figure out the right patterns. Like, clearly, if I just randomly try them, there's way too many combos for it to be at all rewarding to mess around with it. Now, again, like, it could be something that controls the doors. That would be really important. There's a lot of reasons why that might actually be a rather important thing for me to be checking out. But I feel like I should be trying to find more information before I spend too much time messing around with that. One thing I think I might try to do is get a view from the outside. I'm kind of doubtful that I'm gonna see too many details. Like, I think there's probably only one entrance, but I don't see any harm in doing an inspection. All right, so the purple is definitely very suggestive. Oh, that is interesting. So that implies that there were escape pods that... Well, that would make sense because there's a bunch of bodies on the... Oh, looks like my time here is done, so... This is the point I try to stop being clever, and I just try and get as much information as I can. But yeah, so given all the bodies, I suppose it makes sense that not all the escape pods would have been released. So that gives me something to potentially think about for this wreck, is how do I... Oh, that's just an interesting idea. So this would be one of the released pods. But it doesn't seem to... That's curious. So how do people get inside of it? I've kind of lost perspective in terms of the... Oh, here we go. Okay, I see it now. I wonder if that's glass. Nope, we've got something else to inspect, I guess. Well, I mean, everything I stream is on YouTube, but there isn't a really good indexing system for it. I'm pretty sure I titled it In Other Waters, but yeah, all my past streams with I think there might be a couple of exceptions just for like copyright. So yeah, actually, now that I think of it, the playthrough of Spec Ops: The Line it's technically on YouTube, but because of the one of the music cues in the game, it's not actually broadcastable in any territories. But for the most part, anything that I broadcast is put on YouTube. I try to have it within the week, but every once in a while there'll be stuff that keeps me from putting it up. All right, that was an educational one. There is an interesting question as to whether or not there's anything else for me to check out in the vessel right now. Okay, well, it's basically telling me there's stuff to check out there. So I found a derelict Nomai vessel within Dark Bramble. I activated a 3-sided pillar on the vessel's bridge that appears to be some sort of input device. The Nomai tried to call for help, but the vessel's outgoing message system broke during the crash. The vessel can still hear incoming messages from other Nomai vessels. The remaining Nomai clans are regrouping in response to the impending death of the universe. I found a recording of the original signal the Nomai encountered from the Eye of the Universe. The Nomai were worried that the signal might disappear, and so they warped before they could tell another clan where they were going. All right. I'm just going to take a quick minute. I just need to step away from the keyboard for a second. It's not going to be like a formal break, but I do just need to pick up something really quick. All right, sorry about that. So obviously, there's obviously a whole other thread that I can pick up in the form of the Ash Twin project. And I feel like, so I know the game's telling me that I've done everything in the high energy lab, and yet I feel like the fact that I was given some things to mess around with the experiment kind of makes me want to play around a little bit more. So when it draws attention to the input device, I think it's pretty clear I'm going to have to solve something along those lines at some point. I think at this point here, let's just work with what we have. Let's get back to the vessel as quickly as I can. I mean, one of the drawbacks here is that the time we spent investigating the vessel, there wasn't as much fat on that as you might think. Like, the time I spent sort of zipping around, or not zipping around rather, was to avoid being eaten, not a consequence of of playing around, or like I wasn't playing around doing that. That was a survival tactic. But I guess now that I kind of know what's up, I feel like I can play around a bit with some of my options. I definitely think the rush between openings is an approach I want to continue to work on. Oh god, I don't even know which one I want to go for. Let's go for the red one. Oh god, that's a living one. This is definitely not the time I want to be firing the rockets, but I'm very clearly not where I need to be on this. Okay, let's risk it. Oh god, that was a mistake. They move quick. I mean, maybe the answer is that I just fire the rockets until one of them detect me. I know that telegraphs my presence, so if they go on a collision course, then I'm done for, but I don't think it hurts to experiment. Nope. It's a little overeager. I do like that you can set like a headline or like a marker for the vessel, but still be able to lock on to a given object. That is a nice touch. Hey, Apocalypse. Yes, it's been a great night for shoutouts today. You'll have to forgive me because I'm gonna be fish food if I don't look too carefully. But guys, please do check out Apocalypse. Okay, I'm in the same problem as last time. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. Gives me a chance to shout out this lovely streamer, though. I probably would have been able to make that, to be completely honest. That's really on me. But yeah, for those of you who've not seen Apocalypse, a very talented streamer in her own right. Oddly enough, I think the thing I see her play the most is teamfight tactics, which is not necessarily my cup of tea, but there's two really important things about Apocalypse for me, actually. I think I have found more sort of diverse and interesting streams through her raids than I have any other broadcaster. But on top of that, so I mean that's a big one for me because I have sort of been looking to broaden my horizons a little bit and find stuff that I like, right? There's lots of channels on Twitch, but that doesn't mean that all of them are going to be for you. But on top of that, I mean, Apocalypse is really fun to watch in her own right. I think I originally found you through Chimera Squad. But I would definitely say one of the things I like about Apocalypse is, definitely a variety streamer. And, I can kind of pick up some tips watching her, I feel. I've long wanted to do some kind of like an interview style show. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I kind of wish I was interviewed more than I actually am, but people who do interview shows tend to invite people who are bigger so that they can get their own numbers go. I know this from experience, actually. I won't name names, but that is exactly the encounter that I had with someone, which is a shame because, anybody who's read the blog knows that I'm certainly not short on considered opinions. But in any case, rather than sort of reacting the way I do, which is to just sort of sit down and say, "Oh, I wish I did this thing," and then never actually do it. So I'm just gonna get some momentum and hope that we can sneak past the fish. Apocalypse does do a, I'll say podcast, except that it's not on an iPod and it's broadcast on Twitch. Now, I haven't actually gotten a chance to see these as much. I think there's sort of self-described, just random rants about different topics. But one of the things that I really like when Apocalypse is broadcasting with someone, I kind of said this about Kite, but I think particularly with Apocalypse, the dynamic in terms of conversation, like the back and forth in terms of dialogue, which might be distinct from the gameplay, is something that really keeps me going. So I've actually been wanting to watch one of those episodes for a while, but you know, I am a mortal man. I can't make every stream, but Apocalypse is a very strong recommendation, as indeed all of them are. Azure Wind, Uncle Cranky, Kite 260, The Eyes of Sin. Although The Eyes of Sin is not broadcast in a while. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to fire the rocket. So I'm gonna wait till we're on a good angle on the seed, and then we'll run for it. Oh, not at all. I haven't even talked about the games that you're doing. So in addition, you know, again, if you're like me and you're like, okay, well, I don't really play Teamfight Tactics, what's in this for me? I got a truly wonderful experience of watching her play. Yeah, see, it's the second time now, right? So I'm just gonna be busy chatting along. Oh yeah, deadly teeth. No big deal. But yeah, I mean, actually, there's a side of me that wants to just fire one of the light emitting devices at one of the anglers and see if they fight each other. But Apocalypse gave what I will describe as the best I Love You, Colonel Sanders LARP that I have seen on Twitch. And for those of you wondering what that means, this is a reason you need to follow Apocalypse. I don't do these shout outs for my health or for the rhetorical practice. I actually really like watching these people. But no, Apocalypse has got a really unique broadcast, and it's funny because I'm becoming more and more aware of some of the things that I take for granted on my stream as things that I just do, as opposed to things that are necessarily good. And it's tricky to figure out exactly how to implement those changes, particularly because a lot of them are related to some of the press keys that I get and play and stuff like that. But Apocalypse has definitely shown me how you can do sort of a freeform channel very well and sort of keep the momentum, keep the entertainment, keep the engagement up. And of course, I would be remiss not to say that I think a large part of that is just simply a reflection of her personality. You know, it's always, I will admit, especially now, it is sometimes hard to talk about individuals and like character, because of course one of the things that we've been learning in terms of broadcasting is that, you know, the person who is presenting to you is not necessarily the person in real life. Wait, did I forget to turn the headlight? Or maybe I turned it on in another context. So it's sometimes awkward to talk about that sort of stuff, right? But with that in mind, I guess with that caveat in there, you know, Apocalypse obviously may be a serial killer, and their ability to charm is just simply how they're so effective at amassing a body count that will truly shock and appall us in future years. But you know, with that caveat aside, that I would argue that it is probably inappropriate to have broadcasters make moral determinations on individuals. You know, it's when I talk about sort of the energy of the stream, some of the or some of the entertainment value. Again, I sort of get an impression of the person behind the broadcast, and there's certainly you know, the dynamics with chat, the dynamics with anyone who's sort of a guest, make it really worth watching. Oh no, your secrets. All right, I need to stop banging into stuff Otherwise, I'm not going to have a ship to escape. Oh, what if I came up through the bottom? I mean, this could be where this could be where the exhaust comes out, but first things first, let's do some repairs. I'm assuming the scratched part is the damaged part. That was apparently not a good assumption. I love how I said I was not going to waste time on this, and I'm now doing circuits around my... Oh, there we go. You have many to-do lists to make a highlight reel of Colonel Sanders. You feel like that's a stream you should at least memorialize. You had more fun with that impromptu mess than you expected. Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the reasons why that game, you know, kind of caught on. Because it's, you know, there's no shortage of, like, ironic visual novels. You know, it's not like that. I mean, I suppose the corporate branding is a bit of a unique factor, but it's hard for me to say that someone, you know, like when you do Hatoful Boyfriend, nobody really knows what to make of it the first time. Everything that comes after Hatoful Boyfriend, it's sort of like, okay, yeah, but you know, it's this is maybe run its course. Like, what else are you bringing to the table, right? Which is a shame, because I actually think there should be more funny stuff. I just think that, you know, relying too heavily on irony will sometime, like, it sometimes comes off in some games, or writing for that matter, as an unwillingness to... I mean, it is a good thing that people don't take themselves seriously, but it is very easy to fall into the trap of just simply not committing to something because, you know, you're scared that someone will disagree or someone will, you know, will think differently than you or whatever. But yeah, like, I think what you're describing is kind of one of the reasons why that's that particular type of visual novel that we that got our attention or kind of entered the zeitgeist, as opposed to a number of very similar styles of game. I mean, I'll admit I've not played it yet, but I definitely want to play it after seeing you play it. Although I'll also admit I kind of want to see how you'll play this game too. Although in fairness, like, this is just the point here. I'm really enjoying this game, and I kind of want to know what streamers I like will do in response to it. So this is just me doing the really bad Twitch viewer thing, which is like, you know, oh, I like this streamer, I like this game, it'd be perfect for them. Two things I like combined, obviously it's going to be the best stream ever. And that does not actually work that way. Actually, because I've been sort of bumbling around in terms of any different shoutouts and whatnot, do you have anything that you've got on deck that you're thinking of playing right now, or are you kind of taking it as it comes up? I'll be honest with you, I'm not actually sure what I'm accomplishing by doing this run. I mean, well, but I think one of the biggest things about this is that there is a certain expectation of curiosity. Like, for me, I actually find this game much more interesting when I'm not, like, when the answer to the puzzle isn't obvious. Because that gives me chances to explore this really wonderful world that they've made and to see all of the, you know, see all of the details and just learn a little bit more. So there's a side of me that I'm terrified by when I look at the... Oh wow, that's hard to see now. When you look at this on a certain angle, you can see that circle, right? I'm terrified that there's some, like, pattern in the walls that I'm gonna have to remember. for inputs to that cube, I guess. No, it looks like it's the same symbol. But yeah, like if you're not curious, or if I think it's probably hopefully taken for granted now that like I definitely feel, games should not be treated like the only way to enjoy them is beat them. There's I think a lot of different reasons why people may not necessarily enjoy this experience. And in fact, it's possible that it doesn't work with certain formats. So if you like playing competitive games, it's not like this thing gives you lots of opportunities to compete. But with that in mind, I don't think people should typecast themselves. Like, it's hard to say that there are any games that are really like the beginner's guide. And yet I would be very interested in seeing, not just anyone, but people who traditionally think of gaming in a totally different way. Those are probably the people who I'm most interested seeing play something like the beginner's guide. Because, there's there's always that interesting question in terms of how do they react? Like, what do they think of it? Do they think that it counts as a game, or do they just sort of bounce off of it? You can see yourself getting extremely lost in this. You're also notoriously awful at controlling vehicles, anything too free form of movement. If you watch my earlier videos of this, you will definitely know that I am not good at the navigation. Getting lost is definitely part of the experience, and this is a wonderful sort of solar system to investigate. And oops, I screwed up. There's another consideration I have in terms of what needs to get highlighted, but I'm less convinced by my hypothesis. Well, that didn't seem to get me anything. And everything's still highlighted. Okay. What was I gonna say? I don't know. This is a very unique and a very wonderful game. But obviously there's the difference between things that people want to play on stream and things that people want to play on their own time. But yeah, I'm terrible at navigating, as you can kind of see, and that hasn't stopped me from having a good time. Yeah, I was trying to get an idea. Like, so I was a bit at odds as to whether or not I would stream this or look into something like. So there's a side of me that says, okay, well maybe I just follow the geometry on the outline, right? But that would the drift's killing me here. No, why? That would just mean that I do kind of the same drawing each time. Let's plot. Oh, interesting. Okay. Jesus Christ. Stop. Hammer time. Damn it. That's definitely not what I wanted to do. So I'm just trying to think if there's any other lines that I need to connect in. So basically what I'm trying... No, stop that. I'm trying to connect the lines that sort of seem to make sense in this design, but the problem is that it's the same... It's sort of the same pattern on every side. And I don't see the point in having 3 of them if you're just going to do the same thing each time. So it's like an approach, but it's not it's not that exciting. This is why the ship crashed in the first place. See, I feel like I need a better justification for doing what I'm doing here. I mean, it's possible. Oh god, this would actually be a really cruel. This would be a really cruel puzzle to throw at me. But you know what? Let's give this a shot. I genuinely hope that this is not what they want me to do. And I definitely need to make sure that I set this up right. Okay, so... It's a me. Oh wow, that's actually not that easy to read. Okay, let's try something a little... Let's try something a little closer. Can I do better? This is going to be a weird angle, so this might create its own yeah, that's not going to work. So the problem is I really kind of need to see where this circle is. Well, I kind of see it. The idea is to see if I can discern any of the pattern. Well, there's the circle. But where's the parallel line? So if this is the inner circle, yeah, there isn't. So this isn't the same. Yeah. All right, well, let's take a minute, go back to the ship for some fuel. I think this excursion is going to be a little bit of a bust, if I'm totally honest. Oh, yep, Doom music. So there's clearly something else for me to do in the vessel. But there is the question as to whether or not I'm smart enough to find it. Also, it's my ship. I definitely have some stuff I want to check before I give in to the impending doom. Okay, so what I particularly want to look at is where this is in relation to the rest of the ship, because I feel like if I'm somehow able to get inside here, there's just more interesting stuff. Maybe I should just take a look at the roofs. Or ceilings. I think I can at least establish that this is the front of the ship before we go boom. Yeah. Whether or not we can get into any of those other building or rooms is an open question. And yet I still feel that this is the best use of my time. All right. So I don't know if you're here, Apocalypse. What I was trying to say before, and then I lost the plot, assuming that you're still here. I think one of the best ways that they introduce the controls is roasting marshmallows. The controls you use to roast a marshmallow are the exact same as the ones that you use to pilot a ship. So if you can roast a marshmallow, you can pilot a ship. What is this glutinous monstrosity before me? Anybody know what that's referencing? All right. Actually, you know what? This is kind of going to be a waste of time, but it's going to be a good waste of time. Yeah, we're losing some. Oh yeah, I guess this angle isn't really guaranteed to. No, I'm losing them. Ah, I was so close. I think it's as good as we're gonna get right now. I think the orbits are gonna start pulling apart. Definitely beats the Definitely beats the distress beacon. Alright, so let's just punch it, and then hopefully we can sneak by the baddie. Alright, that went not too bad. I think we're gonna alert it when I... Oh yeah. Go for it! Oh god, that sounds so close. No! Damn it! I think one of the things that's important for me to keep in mind is that not everything is going to be directly tied to the environment, so the solution to this may be elsewhere. One of the challenges I run into, though, is that I'm very reluctant to go back to places I visited already. So for the time being, I'm just going to tool around the ship for a bit. There's certainly no shortage of stuff for me to explore in Dark Bramble, but oh, you know what? I bet if I was at the sixth location, I bet that would give me a really good angle on the music. All right, this is gonna be awkward. This one we really don't have any options on. We just need to roll with it. Flashing my headlights just to let him know who's boss. I'm pretty sure that was my phone. Sorry, just let me take a second. Hooray, it is in one piece. I'm kind of guessing that these are angler eggs. The big question is whether or not I want to investigate them. Because again, I'm pretty sure any rocketeering is gonna have consequences. Well, I haven't heard any enraged anglers yet, so against my better judgment. I'm mostly curious. I think this is still my... This is probably an artifact from my... like my camera background, but I'm always really curious about the sources of light. It's like, where's this thing getting lit from? Clearly this contains information. Actually, I mean, most stuff is actually really well made, but I actually have this bad habit, even watching stuff for pleasure, where, oh crap, this is gonna be hard. Like every once in a while, a scene is lit in this like nonsensical way, and I can't turn that off. All right, I think I can get by just. I'm definitely trying not to be one of those people who's looking for excuses to be mad at whatever, whatever media they're experiencing. Generally, I like to like things, but it can be. It's if you develop a reflex for something, it's hard to turn off. Okay, so the headlight was a total was a bit of a red herring. It seems to be that it's just the the rockets that are causing that. I think it is fair to say that I don't have a way inside this escape pod. But I'm always worried that whenever I make declarations like that, that's just an indication of how little I've looked or how I looked in the wrong spots. I mean, I have to account for the fact that there is some way that people get inside these things, and I've not actually identified that. Not sure why I turned off the flashlight. Presumably that is going to help me. But yeah, I mean, I think the game has kind of clearly signaled to me where the interesting breach is. And I think, the rest of this is going to have thorns getting in the way. I don't think there's any sort of secret passage. But what I really am trying to avoid right now is just like throwing myself at that box. I'd sort of like to have at least one other piece of information to be running at that with. Because if it just becomes an exercise of like randomly throwing, like, I suppose the best thing that I can say here is there have clearly been problems which I have solved maybe without sort of full knowledge of what's going on or how the puzzle works. But I'm not sure that there is a puzzle that I have solved with pure intuition. I mean, I suppose if it's pure intuition, then I didn't really consider it a puzzle. I just kind of ran through it. But, clearly I did not, it's hard for me to say I solved the quantum moon in the same way that I solved other quantum puzzles. The quantum moon, I had a systematic way of exploring it, which produced an outcome which allowed me to progress, which may just seem to be a very inflated way to say the same thing. But I think there is a a meaningful distinction between the two. This one, at the moment, it seems to me that I don't have a lot. Well, hang on. There's another escape pod. I thought that was the same escape pod I saw before. I might be shorting myself on some fuel for the trip back, but I kind of view this as me saving the time on a second trip. So I mean, I have sort of a working model in my head about how these things work. You run down sort of this stem here, and that it just simply closes off when the escape pod launches. Like, that would not be inconsistent with the design of emergency procedures, given the fact that generally if you have to use something like that, there's probably something terrible outside, and it would be really good not to have a wide open space in a spaceship of all things. Generally you want to close that stuff down, but of course, because I'm trying to find a way inside the spaceship, I hope for something a little bit easier. I'm assuming that crunching is me enjoying a snack and another marshmallow. Now, I mean, I haven't investigated this, so yes, that is in fact impenetrable. And this is actually the part I don't like about my general approaches to puzzles. It seems fairly clear to me that my problem isn't that I haven't properly investigated these side passages. I think I know exactly what I'm going to find in these areas. What I should be doing is trying to find that elusive piece of evidence to unlock what the box accomplishes. Again, not really surprised that there isn't anything for me down in the projection there, but nice to eliminate possibilities. Now, I think the funny thing here is, actually, one thing I'd kind of like to test would be if the outside, like if I can look inside from the outside, because that might give me an indication of whether or not I should expect to be able to go into one of those other rooms. Okay, so we sort of know what happens if I move the... Well, okay, there is one thing I haven't tried, but this didn't have any discernible effect. Hey, Keel. Did you say that? I think you've said that in a previous stream. But yeah, it's a really wonderful game. I'm sort of at one of the spots where I've kind of thought, or possibly lack of thought, myself into a corner. But then I think that's where the game gets interesting. I tend to notice that I appreciate the environments. Okay, actually this is a little disjoint. So maybe I was a little too quick to dismiss experimenting with that control box. Fair enough, yeah. I mean, certainly that is... Oh no, it's disjoint because it's... well, I mean, it's possible these things rotate, but the connections all make sense when you look at them up close. So, there we go. But yeah, I actually rather like being lost in this game simply because it means that, like, I actually spend time in environments when I don't know the... Wow, it is not easy to navigate when you're looking at things from an odd angle. Oh, actually, here's an interesting question. So if I just left this thing alone, do I get the puzzle box? Okay. And then I don't think this will have any discernible effect, but let's just test. Okay. Now this is the sort of thing I hate doing. I don't like doing stuff at random, especially because I need to, like, undo all of this. But in the name of science... Oh, that's going to cancel it. All right. This is just to prime it with something to see if there's any kind of response to moving it around. Again, it's another one of these cases where if I haven't experimented with something, all right. So I mean, the problem with this is that because there's no discernible effect, this can mean anything. The most likely answer is that I did not give it a valid input, but it hasn't exactly given me any guidance as to what it considers to be valid. Let me... come on. Right, so that thing seems to kind of work on relative terms. That doesn't necessarily give me any information. All right, and removing that forces it back down. So the only time I'm ever going to get the controller is with the with this redirected. Fair enough. I suppose one question I could ask is if messing around with any of that potentially opened other doors. I would think it would be unlikely because it didn't exactly give me any feedback. But it's not like I've got any better ideas right now. And mostly I just want an excuse to... refuel. Okay. And I wonder why I keep running out of fuel. So perhaps unsurprising in the absence of anything. Oh, hang on. So it looks like there's a little gap in that door. I'm not sure I'm entirely supposed to see that, but it does kind of make me wonder whether or not, like, if there isn't anything in that room, then that's sort of me messing with the game to say, oh, okay, well, I know I'm not supposed to go in there. So one of the things I'm going to try, and this is just to sort of eliminate possibilities, is I want to see whether or not I can... No, I can't. Okay, so you can't look... They're one-way windows. So that doesn't really give me any definitive answers about whether or not I can... Yeah, I absolutely want no information about the game. An instruction that is surprisingly difficult to get people to comply with, so I appreciate you asking. The thing is, I mean, I've said this a few times, but it bears repeating just because there's always different people in the view. One of the biggest things for me about any kind of backseating or spoiler, you know, a lot of people... So one of the most common reactions I'll get to, you know, making a big deal about, you know, what someone considers a minor part of the game, it's sort of... To my view, it tends to sort of miss the point, because I think there is an unhelpful idea that games are only fun when they're being beat, or particularly that there is a right way to play a game, and it's sort of accelerated by Twitch, and I mean, you know, there's people who. You know, there's people who are familiar with the game and just want to see it go on, but my view is that, you know, those people have already had the fun of the game, and I'm looking to experience that myself, and especially because a large part of the reason why I stream is because I like sharing experiences that I enjoy with people. That means my inability to get past certain puzzles is part of that experience. I don't really think I'm getting any information here. I'm just kind of running out the clock. So the question isn't the degree, right? You know, you're not going to say who Kaiser Soze is at the end, but that's not the point. Like, the point is to, you know, don't hover over someone's shoulder asking, you know, do you got it? Do you got it? Do you got it? Do you got it? You know, the one that's the most infuriating is people who are, quote unquote, just honestly asking questions when they know full well that, you know, it's intended to point someone towards the direction. And, you know, sometimes the question is like, why can't you just let me play the game? Like, but, you know, it's the environment that we live in, right? So I want to, as much as I want to, like, beat down, cases where people aren't respecting my boundaries, I also want to acknowledge the times when people ask, you know, when people ask, you know, hey, are you okay talking about this? Because you can't unring the bell, right? Like, yeah, well, I mean, the other thing too, like, one game that I play pretty regularly on Wednesdays is Cultist Simulator, and the whole point of Cultist Simulator is that you learn the game by playing it. And it's really clear, like, if you get involved in that community and you see the Discord, there's a lot of people who come in wanting the answers to certain puzzles, and I'm not going to begrudge people the ability to do that, right? Like, that's the way they want to play their game. And you know, just like I don't necessarily want to be told how to play a game, it's not my job to tell them how to play a game. But the big thing for me about that is that if you develop a habit of, you know, go and ask someone else how to solve this, it means that you're ultimately never going to, you're if the point of it is to, to have those experiences yourself, you're never really going to play the game. Someone else is going to play it for you, and you're just going to be the one who's moving the cards around on the table. I'm actually going to take a quick minute here. I've noticed that Hollow's lantern is blanked out, so I don't really think there's a way for me to land on it, but I want to at least take a look. I know I've landed on Hollow's lantern in the sense that I've gone into the lava before, but I am a little curious. But yeah, it's just one of these things, everybody has their own ways of playing games. The biggest thing that I can say is that, I don't have a camera. I have a voice. I have, gameplay. I have my experiences. And, people decided to take on those responsibilities, have decided, well, you know what, you're screwing this up so much that this isn't your stream anymore. I'm going to step in and decide for you. And, the fact of the matter is, if I made a living doing this, sure, I got to pander to people. I don't make a living doing this. This is for my enjoyment. And at this point, I need to cut out stuff that's causing me not to enjoy it. Anyways, I don't want to turn it into a rant. I wanted to say thank you for not taking it upon yourself to instruct me in the ways of the Outer Wilds. Or Outer Wilds, not the Outer Wilds. I found a derelict Nomai vessel deep within Dark Bramble. I activated the three-sided pillar of the vessel's bridge that appears to be some sort of input device. The Nomai tried to call for help, but the vessel's outgoing message system broke during the crash. The vessel can still hear incoming messages from other Nomai vessels. The remaining Nomai clans are regrouping in response to the impending death of the universe. I found a recording of the original signal the Nomai encountered from the Eye of the Universe. The Nomai were worried that the signal might disappear, so they warped before they could tell another clan where they were going. So this is them encountering the Eye. This is them getting tied up to Dark Bramble. Bureau of 3 escape pods escaping the Nomai vessel. The side of me that kind of wants a brain cleanser of the Ash Twin project, but I think probably just wrapping up for the night is the better option. But we'll see what we can find. Oh, this is going to be awkward. All right, it worked. Let's just do our best not to alert the baddies until the last possible minute. It looks like their range is actually quite shallow, but given that it's kind of hard to tell where they are at any given moment, and given that they move a bit faster than you might imagine, I don't think it hurts to wait for the last possible second. Oh god, that sounds close. Oh, but feels like I'm losing the momentum. Okay. Oh, God. Yeah, I would have perished if I tried to make a run for it. All right, let's go for it. Run for your lives. Made it. I've always wondered what blinking my headlights might do. The thing is that because it takes some time to like float by them, I don't actually want to lose that, so. All right, let's go for it. Yeah, so if I was a little more scientifically inclined, I probably should have figured out what the distance I need to be from a... Oh, crap. That sounds like something's looking at me. I probably should have figured out what an optimal distance is, but I've kind of passed that opportunity. So here's the point where I have like a few considerations about what I might want to try. You know, there's something to be said for just like taking a second and looking at sort of the state of play at a distance. Oh, yeah, and then I just crash into the Bramble. Great. Like I'll admit, I do feel a certain, I do feel a little rushed in this sense, because of the time that it takes me to get to the vessel. But the thing is that if the time I spend on the vessel is just simply trying the same thing that I've done before, it's not really that defensible for me to try and pretend that was a good use of the time. Getting an idea of the layout, seeing maybe if there's an implied room or an implied entryway that I didn't consider before, that's the sort of stuff that can sort of dislodge me from unhelpful trains of thought. The problem is that I kind of think this situation is very much as it seems. It may be that some of the information is sort of entangled with other... I mean, so there's obviously 3 escape pods, which potentially have information about the vessel explicitly on it. And then, of course, the fact of the matter is that the Nomai, as we have seen them, are all survivors, or at least the descendants of survivors of this ship. And so, there's always the potential that there's been some kind of... Oh, actually, here's an interesting question. So, I need to get... Okay, so this is going to be my landmark. Got 1. Damn it. 2. 3. I am bad at this. 4. Christ. 5. So this is gonna... If this hunch is correct, this is going to invite a number of other questions. But I really shouldn't be wasting my time on this, but I'm trying to find something to ameliorate my frustrations. What's the landing gear, really? Fair enough. Oh yeah, I guess that might explain Yeah, okay. Now, like I said, this hunch actually invites a new set of questions if it turns out, but... That's why I don't play first-person shooters on consoles. I mean, I'm sticking with the recommendation. All right. 6. So I think it's kind of clear what I was trying to get at. There might be a correspondence with the escape pods. If you have to aim, you desperately need them out. Yeah, I mean, also just in terms of like reaction times and whatnot, I just think, you know, so like I'll be honest with you, I can completely understand why most games are designed for controllers. It's the most kind of natural. It's the most natural extension. Like, you know, controllers were made for consoles. Consoles were made for games. A keyboard and mouse were designed as more general purpose inputs. I don't know what I thought I was doing there. Oh, actually, here's an interesting question. I don't. Again, this invites more questions than it answers. But we got 1, 2, 3. I screwed up. Technically 4 down below. 5. 6. All right. So there are 6 doors, but how the hell do I make a connection between all of them? Assuming that's the inference I'm supposed to draw. But yeah, like, you know, it's sensible to me. I mean, obviously, if something's designed for the PC, so like clearly, if you were to take a Paradox Grand Strategy game, it's a fair assumption that that thing was designed for PC, and so it's reasonable to think that its interface is going to be optimized for a mouse and keyboard. Of course, they've done a wonderful job of adapting them to consoles in multiple cases. But you know, it's yeah, like I guess what I'm trying to say is I get why it is the way that it is. I just, hang on a second. I might have miscounted, because if I take a look down here, 1, 2, 3. Wait, no, that's fine. Nope, I miscounted my miscounting. I think I was including one of the arms of the ship. They've got 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so it looks like it's 5 and 5, unless I'm completely losing my mind. It does, like, I am getting a little muddled just because of the bramble and whatnot, but it basically looks like 2 stars. And again, this is one of these parts where I hate myself, because it's like, you know, what do I think I'm gonna find in this area that I didn't see before? See, I mean, the only real connection that I can seem to make with the console is the number of doors that I can see, one of which is open. The big problem is that I think if that was what I was supposed to get out of that, it invites the question as to why there is no real marker to indicate the open door. So maybe just so I can reiterate, and this is partly just so I can say it for myself. 1 down below there. 2 is to my right on the way to the bridge. 3 is to my, 2 to my right, 3 to my left, 4 to my left, 5 to my left, and then 6. But assuming in the first case that is even right, what that leaves me with is the question, all right, so how do I create some sort of a mapping between the existence of 6 doors to, an indication of my intentions? Yeah, I can't do that. I'm sort of at the, I'm just going to do something at random to see if it does something. I completely forgot what pattern I did. Yeah, you know what? I don't even know what I want to do here. I'll just put a random 4 together. Oh. I think I originally had I had a bit of an idea in mind, and then I said, well, if I'm going to do random, I might as well do random. But it seems to me that given the amount of freedom you have in terms of things you can do, actions you can take, I'm not entirely sure. I heard a noise. That might have just been me. It's a little hopeful. Here's the other thing I want to do. So this thing goes down below. Looks like it's sort of encased here. I'm pretty sure that thing I heard was just my my rockets. Okay, so there's no real indicator that I can access that panel except through. Oh, crap. Not what I intended. So this, I think, is just somewhere I can store it. And then this... Yeah, that was my jets that I heard. Sorry, again, I'm just trying to... Part of this is I just want to see if perspective gives me anything. Clearly, I need to completely recreate that design using the 3 hexes. All right, well, I'll at least make the most out of the trip, and I'll reread some of this just to... All right, this is Eskel's vessel. Something went badly wrong during our warp, and our vessel is mortally wounded. We need help as quickly as possible. Our vessel appears to have... Has it fused with the local environment somehow? There are vines that are now part of the vessel. It's been torn apart from the inside itself. We're abandoning our vessel. Any Nomai clans or spaceflight-capable species receiving this message, I implore you, we need your help. Is this thing broken? Can anyone hear me? Our vessel is dying. We need immediate assistance. To any Nomai clans whose vessels can hear this message. It's clear that the universe is dying. There are fewer and fewer resources and safe places within space now, so my clan and I believe the best option is for all our clans to stay together. If you can reach the gloaming galaxy, we found that Blackrock's suns are fairly stable, and that life in this star system is comparatively thriving, and we live in relative safety. If you prefer to continue exploring alone, know that you will be on your own. Kana, we're making our way to you. It's good to hear from you, Bromi. We'll watch for your vessel. Has anyone heard from Neem? His clan was on his way to our vessel, but we never arrived, and he hasn't sent any messages. I'm beginning to worry. That is unsettling. It reminds me of that old myth my grandfather used to tell, the disappearance of Eskel. I remember hearing that story as a child. One day, Eskel's vessel simply stopped responding. The other clans searched and searched, but found no trace. It was as if their missing friends had warped out of existence. That's no myth, friends. Eskel's clan existed, and their story was real. Oops. What a curious event to have passed into myth. Our ancestors' were told the story when they were young. Are you sure that's true, Hyssop? It's a very long time ago, but yes, my clan's ancestors searched for Eskel's clan for a long time, but in the end, none of them were ever seen again. It's only time in our history a vessel has ever disappeared in this way. Hyssop, I hope you aren't comparing Eskel's story to my clan's vessel. Neem, my friend, we feared you were gone. Not yet, we aren't, but nearly. We found trouble during our warp. Triple suns of a bright spark star system exploded, and it was only a lucky coincidence we weren't caught in the blast. We'll meet you soon, Kana. I'm relieved your clan is safe, Neem. It's good to hear your words. All vessels nearby, remember. We read that before, but... Alright, it is 1:30 in the morning, and I'm an hour and a half past where I was before. I kind of feel this is a bit like the Quantum Moon, where I've stuck myself on an unhelpful train of thought, and it would be better for me to admit the state, and instead of trying to flog one more solution, or doing something like checking out the Ash Twins, I think it's better for me to call it here. I mean, again, it's an hour and a half later than I normally do anyway, so we will reset the loop and wait for next week. So I'm going to take a minute to find someone to host, but I do want to take a minute to just cover some of the details of the oncoming week. I'm going to do my best to record another Morrowind episode this weekend. I'm kind of back on track. You'll notice that the run times have been slowly climbing up, so I usually get about 3 hours of that. This is worth remembering. I do that dark elf voice, so it's not the easiest thing in the world to sustain, but yeah, I think it's fair to say I'm back on track with those. I still have not been able to get an extra episode in the can in case, in case something comes up. But I'll take it one step at a time. it is my birthday Wednesday. I'm going to stream. I'll make it a bit of a surprise. It'll be just a fun special event. So if you hang around for Cultist Simulator, I do know that that's 2 weeks where that's not going to be happening, but you know, it's nice to have variety. I'm not going to stream that thing forever, so it's worth you know, it's worth keeping that in perspective. And Outer Wilds kind of seems to have become the Friday thing. Would it be nice to do it more often? Yeah, I'd really like to. Oh yeah, I never said Monday, but I mean, so basically Monday is pretty much a dedicated Paradox Grand strategy game, or at the very least Paradox game. I've spent some time away from Stellaris, so it would be good to kind of put a cap on that game and then get some more Planetfall in. So it's quite definite that Outer Wilds is gonna wait until Friday, just because of all the special stuff that's coming up. As far as the rest, I don't know. I really like this game. I probably made a little bit less progress than I was hoping to, but I think that encounter with a live Nomai was a really special moment, and it kind of reminded me that there's still stuff to be surprised and delighted by in this game. And I'm getting the impression that there's actually a lot more that I have yet to experience. It's kind of interesting that in some games I get a bit of a read as to whether or not I'm getting near the end. And, you know, the more I play this, I'm getting more of a sense of some larger ideas that I haven't really encountered yet. I mean, it's very clear that the Ash Twin project is something we haven't explored. There's more going on in the vessel. The whole Eye of the Universe is another matter. But for the meantime, I am going to concern myself. I think probably what I'll wind up doing is if I don't have any clever ideas for the vessel, I might just take a minute and take a break at the Ash Twins. Or, you know, there's any number of different things that I can do. The game seems pretty freeform in terms of exploration and whatnot. But as always, thank you very much for watching, particularly those of you who came through a host. I'm sorry you can't hear this lovely music, but I would like to take a minute and... oh dear. Windows doesn't seem to be letting me open browser windows. All right. You're probably going to get hit with the sound of 1,000 videos playing all at once. But I do want to find someone to host tonight, especially with the generosity of all the people who hosted me. Oh, we have a few people, but I'm actually particularly excited to share Kitch with you folks. So I remember Kitch back when he was... wrong command. I remember Kitch back when he was trying to become a partner. He is a great guy. He is really a born entertainer, although I think he's been doing a little bit more of just chatting and sort of relaxing with people, which is actually really entertaining in its own right. Sorry, I actually didn't hit the raid command, so let's try that one more time. So he does occasionally do sort of classic retro games. Sometimes it's just chatting. Sometimes he does music, although obviously with the latest batch of DMCA worries, it's probably not reasonable to expect we'll be seeing as much as that. I highly recommend that you guys stick around for him. If you want to do the raid message, we're tired of system talk, heard this place was better. If you just want to say hi to him, that's fine. But Kitch is someone very special, and he's someone I don't get a chance to host very often. So I'm going to leave you in his capable hands. And as for the rest of you, I will see you Monday if you like Stellaris, Tuesday if you like the Morrowind vodcasts, Wednesday if you want to find out what the devil the special game is, and if you're just here for the for Outer Wilds, I will see you all on in a week from now. Hope you have a good night, and until next time.